context of preparing these papers. And I would like to actually also welcome Ishaq Dewan, who is the principal investigator of this project, starting from the regional report, which was launched last year in October, and will be central theme in the conference, the 29th ERF conference. The first two sessions will be focused on the report, one from a policy perspective, and the second one from a future research direction perspective. So without further ado, Ishaq would give you much more substantive aspects, and as well as provide an overview of the agenda.
Thanks, Brahim. Good to see you. And thank you all for being here. I mean, you all come from far, and we've been meeting through Zoom too long, so it's wonderful to meet you in person, and for many for the first time. So our agenda is packed. So as Brahim said, this follows on the Commission reports on debt and stabilization and recovery in the region. These are 6 case studies that we will study today. Then in the next 2 days, tomorrow at least, there are 2 plenaries on the subject. So much of what we learned today will go to the plenaries. And obviously this is the beginning and not the end of the story, because as many of our countries get in troubled waters, there will be much more to study. So this is kind of laying the ground for more to come. We're also interested in understanding what we can and clarifying research issues for the future as well, on how to stabilize and get the growth process going, and maybe take advantage of the crisis actually to do the kind of reforms that were not done for very long. Now, obviously we focus more on the economy than on the political economy here, but in this kind of situation, it's very hard to disentangle the two. And I think it's open for discussion on both fronts. So without further ado, the program for today, we're starting with 2 countries, Sudan and Lebanon, that are already in crisis. And so, for the other countries, maybe it's lessons on how not to get into the wall, or, how costly it is when you are there. But we also want to think about what it would take for these 2 countries to recover. And then we have 2 countries that are still in okay shape, Jordan and Morocco. And it's more about debt management and macro management in order to avoid the crisis. And then we have 2 countries, Egypt and Tunisia, that are at risk. And again, the topic will shift to what you do when you're at risk. You make an effort to avoid or try to restructure your debt. So different type of debates. That's why we grouped them into 3 countries, into 3 panels. We started a bit late so that we can do hybrid and be connected to all the way to the United States. And that's why we have about 15 minutes for presentation. So it's going to ask the chairs to be strict and the speakers to do their best, because there's lots of material. I mean, already I'm wondering how I can put the case of Lebanon. I think they to come. Let's get started.
Sure.
Very good. The keynote speakers to come to the board.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Many thanks to the ERF for allowing me to be with you today. And I am very pleased to be joined by my good friend from many years, and Reza Bagher. With your permission, I will delve in. And if I speak too long, somebody please just cut off the mic or something. Thank you very much. If we could please go to the PowerPoint. I'm probably more comfortable standing. First, speak with you about the experience of the 1980s. Into this, two things I cannot handle. Experience of the 1980s. What were the key issues then globally? Then what MENA went through in terms of debt crisis in the 80s, and I snuck in the 1990s as well. The key issues that we now face globally. Then what MENA is, the problems MENA faces today, and then some implications for what should be done. Very briefly, the backdrop to the 1980s debt crisis was a global economic downturn following the events of the 1970s, the commodity price increases in the 70s and 80s. There were contractionary policies in the US and other OECD countries. Many of the oil country exporting countries received considerable amounts of oil revenues, which then they recycled back to international banks, who then turned around and lent it to developing countries. With rising interest rates and debt service, there were inevitably some debt repayment problems. The debt restructuring process was very slow. First, because people were trying to learn how to deal with it. A similar problem exists today. And I'm stressing this because some people think what we're experiencing today, especially with China, is completely novel. Not only the Paris Club procedures had to develop gradually, but also, especially the American banking system, had to prep itself for debt restructurings. And this took many years. There were lost decades, especially in Latin America. There were debt crises, including in MENA countries. Well, okay. What were the key global issues then? The lenders were mostly official and banks, not bondholders. There was a fear of banks holding those debts going under. So that was a primary reason why the debt restructurings were delayed. Many restructurings didn't really work. Eventually, we had a more market-based menu plan after the banks prepped themselves for debt restructurings. And in the Middle East, Jordan and Morocco had benefited from the Brady plan. And the IMF changed its lending policies in putting in place what is known as the IMF lending into arrears policy in order to take away much of the power of the private lenders over the debtors. In Egypt, several countries had, in the Middle East, several countries had problems: Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Sudan, and Tunisia, mostly to cover fiscal imbalances and large import bills. The regional creditors and donors, because of the decline in the oil prices in the mid-80s, became more unable to help those countries. There were debt restructurings, but because of the first Gulf War and other things, they had considerable international support. There were the special cases of Iraq, whose debt was restructured, but under a completely novel approach then, which was under the auspices of the UN, supported by an executive order from the President of the United States, preventing banks from suing and attaching Iraqi assets. Syria has had its own issues. It's had a debt issue problem for many, many years, but the issue has been frozen, essentially. In the 80s, and the early 90s, there were many IMF lending and debt relief were conditioned on structural adjustment policies. Some helped growth, some not, but it left a lot of bad taste in the mouths of both the countries and the international community, with perhaps excessively intrusive policies in the countries. These were the reschedulings done by each country. I got this off the Paris Club website. And as you see, there were many, many, especially for Jordan and Morocco. What are the key issues today, globally? First, the geopolitical cleavages, which make any debt restructuring more difficult. Okay? Because countries need to now play or try to play, and sometimes they overdo it, which camp they want to be aligning with. The region has also become quite different. It is the big lenders and the big donors of the Gulf are unwilling to give unconditional money. And they're sending countries to the IMF. Bondholders are a big part of the issue globally, but there have been some architecture changes, collective action clauses that help. Non-Paris Club creditors have become larger, especially China, and domestic debt has become now something to be put on the restructuring table. Overall, the global debt restructure, the creditors have become much more fragmented, with a much more varied political set of political interests, rather than the relatively homogeneous Paris Club membership. There is lack of transparency about the amounts and terms of debts, especially in China, and the global debt restructuring framework, especially the Paris Club, has become ineffective. They haven't been able to keep up with the changes, especially of the rise of non-Paris Club creditors. I'll speak more about the common framework in a second. Debt sustainabilities are becoming more speculative because of COVID, climate change, and there is more room to play. There's an issue about the transparency of debt restructurings. IMF is now moving towards sharing its debt sustainability analyses, which should help. But the key issue is this: debt restructurings are going to be slow and painful, as the countries that have gone through the common framework and Sri Lanka are finding out. I don't know if you can see the details of this. It tries to capture the move away from bank lending, the pinkish areas in the 80s, more toward China and bondholders. The common framework doesn't really apply to most of the countries in the region anymore because it's for the low-income countries. One key issue I would like to stress is the question of the vagueness regarding comparability of treatment. The Paris Club has about 3 ways of doing comparability of treatment. It's more of a clubbish way. There is constructive ambiguity about how the creditors sit with each other and decide whether what they've given is comparable or not. With the greater fragmentation of the creditor base, the issue of comparability of treatment is getting worse. Now, what can be done at the global level? First, you can strengthen the IMF's lending into arrears policies. The current lending into arrears policy, I don't know if Reza will agree with me, does give some holding power to China. And it may need to be changed in order to take away that power. Debt repayment standstills, although it is in the power of the IMF to do it, it is not done. When countries go into debt crises, there could be a standstill announced. So the pressures on debt service go down. More effective use of creditor committees, including the private sector, with sharing of debt sustainability analyses. And better definition of comparability of treatment. Maybe the best way to do it is to accept a uniform definition of NPV cuts as the only measure. It will make it more easier. And the IMF and the World Bank have recently put together a debt roundtable. That is useful, but it will not do as much as some people think. Now, where do we stand in the region today? Many countries have high debt. Okay. Lebanon is, of course, in default. Tunisia, Sudan is in HIPC, but the rest are on the margin. Perhaps Egypt is the one with the most difficult situation. These countries do not have China as main creditors, as far as I know. The data that I've seen, except for Tunisia, Sudan, China's credits are between 0 and 5% of GDP. For Sudan, it's 5 to 10% of GDP. Again, regional creditors are less willing to help. And the social contracts prevailing today in the region do not allow large fiscal consolidation. Now, I've stolen this from FDL. First of all, this column comes from the most recent IMF reports. Okay. Lebanon is in default. Others are considered sustainable. But if you know the way the IMF does it, it's usually if X, Y, Z, E, F, G are done. So it gets precarious. This is particularly true in the case of Tunisia, which they say it is sustainable, but almost if the country changes many of its characteristics. Domestic debt is particularly important in Egypt. Lebanon's is mostly external creditors. Implications for today. The countries really need to have sustainability problems, but they also have liquidity problems. For example, Egypt has a gross financing need of 35% of GDP. In the country, among the emerging market countries for which the IMF provides public data, it is the highest in the world, followed by about 27% for Pakistan. Restructurings will be politically difficult and slow because creditors, including regional ones, are likely to ask for structural changes, which will take us back a bit to the structural programs of the 1980s. There will be a temptation to fix some of the debt problems, especially those that have high domestic debt through inflation. The best suggestion I have, and we can get more into cases as we go along today, is do not wait. Start preparing for restructurings early. Okay. Fiscal consolidation, something now that the IMF admits to very clearly in their most recent World Economic Outlook chapter. Fiscal consolidations will by itself will not give you huge success in debt reduction. Growth, of course, is going to be difficult. I know one of the themes of this conference is growth issues, but in my experience, during periods of stabilization, you're not going to get a lot of growth. Stabilization in many ways, by definition, means cutting back excess demand. And those are not going to be expansionary. Having said that, don't focus just on fiscal consolidation and restructuring, but also, as the theme of the report is, focus on growth. But this growth impact will take, at best, will take very long. And they will not be strong enough to overcome the liquidity and sustainability pressures that countries face today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reza, you have 15 minutes so that you can have another 15 minutes for discussions.
You know, I'm gonna interfere for a second because we didn't decide we were gonna chair this session before, but so Brahim's chairing, I'm co-chairing. I wanna do what I forgot to do, which is to introduce our speakers. So Adnan Mazari, who just spoke, introduced himself. Many of you have met him when he was at the IMF for a long time, in command or second in command of the IMF Middle East department. And he's been since at the IIF doing wonderful work. Reza Bakir was in Egypt as the IMF res rep. He was later at the IMF, the head of the group that is in charge of debts. He'll tell us more about that. And after that, the head of the central bank in Pakistan. And in the past few months, a colleague of mine at the Kennedy School, visiting scholar, and now with the Alvarez Group. So these are the two most knowledgeable people about debt and adjustment in the Middle East that we have with us this morning. Welcome.
Thank you, Ishaq, and a real pleasure to be with all of you today in this very distinguished session today. Thank you very much for the invitation. In fact, I have to thank Ishaq. He was the one who first reached out to me about the conference here and to participate. So I'm really delighted to be here. And as Ishaq mentioned, I used to live here in Egypt. Well, not too long ago, but what seems like a very long period ago, from 2017 to 2019. I moved here from Washington, D.C. As the IMF senior resident representative to open the IMF office in Egypt. And those 2 years were absolutely delightful years for me. So to all the Egyptians in the room, I just want to say that Egypt has a very, very dear space in my heart. And it's really good to be back in Cairo. I will be talking, sharing my thoughts on the topic today of the debt overhang, comparing the 1980s and the current global crisis. And I'll be sharing my thoughts on some of the same points that Adnan has mentioned. But before I get into that, I just want to be transparent about what is the perspective from which I will be talking, because in my view, people's experiences shape a lot what they come to believe, and it's good to be transparent about them. So as Ishaq mentioned, I used to be the IMF for about 20 years, and 4 of those years, I was the chief of the debt policy division of the IMF in the IMF Strategy Policy and Review Department. Now, this division is in charge of all IMF policies on sovereign debt, including debt sustainability analysis, including sovereign debt restructuring. And at that point, I was the advocator-in-chief for the person who would go and defend all of the IMF policies on DSAs, debt restructurings, and the whole gamut. I resigned from the IMF in 2019. In fact, the senior res rep job in Cairo was my last job at the IMF. And I resigned to do public service back in Pakistan, where I'm from. And I was appointed the governor of Pakistan's central bank. Now, that's the second perspective from which I talk today, because suddenly from being from the IMF side, I became the governor of a high debt country. And now the first job was to actually negotiate an IMF program. And after having spent 20 years giving prescriptions to other countries, I was now for the first time on the receiving end of getting prescriptions from my colleagues. And I was suddenly beginning to discover it's a very different world when you're on the other side. And no matter you may have the best intentions, sometimes there are very real constraints that prevent you from doing something. So that's the second perspective. And the third perspective from which I'll be speaking today is what I do now, which is I'm a researcher and also I'm a consultant and advisor working in the private sector. So I wanted to be very clear upfront from the perspectives from which I'd be speaking. Now, I'm going to say a few words in the form of 3 questions, and then with a word on the outlook. And the first question that I'm going to talk about is the debt situation today as bad as it was in the 1980s? That's number one. Number two, what I'm going to talk about is, can we be confident about the outlook for resolving the debt overhang that is with us right now? And my third question is going to be about the framework for sovereign debt restructurings and whether we can be hopeful that the current issues that are with us regarding common framework and others can be resolved quickly and getting a timely framework for debt restructuring. This is an area where I've been working a lot with Ishaq as well. And then I'll just end with how I see the outlook for developing countries. So first, is the debt situation as bad as on the eve of the HIPC crisis? And first of all, I would encourage you all to read an IMF paper that has recently come out on this subject. And it's a paper pretty much with the same title. It's a working paper with all of the IMF senior officials that work on these issues. And the conclusion of that paper, it almost seems to have been written with the intent to argue that the current debt situation is not as bad as it was on the eve of the HIPC crisis. And they compared the low-income countries today with their debt indicators, solvency indicators, liquidity indicators, and they go back and they look at the debt indicators for what were then the HIPC eligible countries. And then they show by metric after metric that at a systematic level, things are not as bad as they were. And I think all of those points are well taken. I would just propose 3 caveats to that analysis when I read it. And my first is that, you know, that's a paper, and rightly so, because that's how it defines its scope, is a paper about low-income countries. And HIPC was an initiative for low-income countries. So the paper does not talk about what to me is the glaring problem right now, which is, in addition to low-income countries, there are lots of middle-income countries that are in very high debt and debt overhang and with difficult circumstances ahead of them. Those are not spoken about. That doesn't mean then, therefore, we don't need to worry that right now things are not as bad. Actually, we need to worry more. I come from Pakistan. Pakistan is the world's 5th largest country. And Pakistan has a debt to GDP ratio of more than 80%. And Pakistan is a country where if you look at the prices of our Eurobonds, many people speculate about the fact whether that would in fact be the next restructuring. My good friend Adnan put up statistics about countries in the region. Egypt is the largest Arab country in the world with a high debt to GDP ratio. And if you look at other middle income countries, you look at Argentina, you look at several others. I think if you look on a per capita basis today, I don't think you would reach the conclusion that the debt burdens today in the world for developing countries as a whole, including low income and middle income countries, that today things are better on a systematic basis than they were before. And I want to just, as a corollary to that, say that to me, the metric is not whether a country is already in default. The whole thrust of the literature on debt overhang is that when debt is high and high beyond certain levels, even if a country is not in default, what high debt does to depressing growth, and particularly in lower income countries where poverty levels are high, the toll that that takes on living standards, both on lives and livelihoods, that to me is the real cost of having a debt overhang, even if a country is not in default. So that was the first caveat about low income versus middle income countries. The other two caveats, the second is that if you look at some of the liquidity indicators that even the low income countries sample have right now, they are beginning to trend up to the same levels as pre-HIPC. That's my second point. And the third point that I wanted to make is that when we look at the debt statistics on the eve of the HIPC crisis, one has to be careful about one thing. And this I speak from my years. So when I was the head of the IMF debt policy division for 4 years, I was also the IMS representative to the Paris Club. So I went to the Paris Club meetings maybe 30, 40 times in my life. And one of the things that I wanted to point out is that in the debt statistics before HIPC, I believe that they also include the arrears that get built up, because those countries back then ran arrears for a number of years. The interest on arrears is a lot higher than the original interest. And even if you start with a small base, the contribution of that amount to your total debt stock increases very rapidly. Right now, countries are not running arrears. So we may be comparing slightly apples to oranges, where we have countries' present debt stocks, and we're comparing to countries, not just principal, but also the accumulated arrears, which have accumulated at very high rates of late interest. So the first question was, is the debt situation as bad as on the eve of the HIPC crisis? I think if you look in a broad sense, to me, the answer is less clear than arguing that today things are a lot better on a systematic basis, as in the HIPC paper from the IMF. Now, the second question was about the outlook for resolving the debt overhang. And I'm not talking about debt restructurings right now. I'll come to it in a minute, but there are other ways to reduce debt to GDP ratios, right? You can run primary surpluses, you can raise your level of growth, you can have low real interest rates, you can have high inflation. There are many ways to get debt down. And I just, because I'm running out of time, I'll just point you to a recent study that comes out of one of the papers presented at DebtCon 6 by the Inter-American Development Bank. They've done a comprehensive study where they look at what explains debt reductions. And they come to the conclusion that it is either inflation, as has happened this past year, and particularly surprise inflation, or low real interest rates, which are the two biggest factors that explain debt reductions. Debt restructurings actually generally do not lead to sustained reductions in the debt to GDP stock. There are two exceptions. One is HIPC, and the other is Brady. And remember, both of them took a lot of international coordination and work to happen. So the point of this example is that when just countries on their own stumble into debt restructurings, on average, they don't reduce the debt stock on a sustainable basis. So that was the second question about how confident can we be about the outlook for getting out of a debt overhang. And the third question that I wanted to talk about was about what hope do we have for an efficient framework for sovereign debt restructurings. And Adnan already spoke about the common framework and its problems. I just wanted to mention that what are the solutions that have been proposed? And I just wanted to recap those. So I presume everybody understands what the common framework is. I won't get into it, but if people don't understand, happy to talk bilaterally about it. So maybe I'll take that as a point of departure and just talk about, what are some of the proposals. One is, as Adnan mentioned, to use the IMF's lending into official arrears policy. And there I have a slightly different perspective than Adnan, which is that I don't believe it gives China any holdout power. I think the issue is more a perception on the part of the IMF staff that if they use this policy in the context of China, what they're afraid of is that after the program period, suppose they overrule China, they lend even while a country is running arrears to China. What they're concerned about is that after the end of the program period, China could use its influence on that country to get repaid on its arrears quicker than that country makes payments to other creditors. And that would, in the views of the IMF staff, raise two issues. One is of intercreditor equity, because essentially IMF money and other multilateral money would have been used to pay out China. And second, that other, aside from intercreditor equity, the second issue is debt sustainability. If that country starts making big payments to China afterwards, it would go back into a situation of debt unsustainability. So that's one solution, which is to use the lending into official arrears policy, but that's why it's also not been used. A cousin of that, or a solution that follows from that, is one proposed by Lee Buchheit and Mitu Gulati, which is to use most favored creditor clauses. Now, for those of you who may not know what these are, and I didn't know what they were until I read this blog piece by them, is that these are clauses that have occasionally been used in commercial debt that has been issued by sovereigns. And what they do is they say that if a sovereign or if a commercial party, now I forget, after a restructuring deal, ex post, revises it to give better terms to one of the parties to that restructuring, it will be compelled to give the same terms to all the creditors who participated in the original restructuring. Because this virtually means that it would be impossible for that debtor to service all of them, the idea is that no debtor would ever ex post give more favorable terms to one of the creditors. Interesting idea. The downside with this is that, number one, it's only been used in very few commercial contracts. Even then, it's never been tested in commercial contracts. It's never ever been tried or tested in a sovereign context. So we don't know whether it would work or not. A third solution is continuing on this vein about trying to coerce China into, I guess the word is cooperating, which is a solution from people like Ann Kruger, who used to be the former IMF #2, and also one proposed or recommended by an editorial in The Economist recently, which is that's sort of the harshest version, which is to say that if countries have a debt restructuring, China does not participate or cooperate, and then that country repays China on more favorable terms, then the IMF should block access to that country and never lend to it again, or to kick it out of the IMF. So that, as you can imagine, is a pretty severe solution as well, and very, very unlikely that a place like the IMF would ever. Now, I was mentioning these. This is the third point that I was talking about, the outlook for the framework for sovereign debt restructuring, that there's one common theme in all of these, which is to somehow coerce China using either soft or medium or hard threats. And in my view, this is not the right approach, because given that China is the largest creditor in the world, not just to developing countries, but to the whole world. China is the largest creditor to the US, for instance. I think any solution which does not have the ownership of the largest creditor in the world is not going to be a solution that is going to last. So I wanted to address these three questions about whether the situation is as bad as it was on the eve of the HIPC. How confident can we be that, setting debt restructurings aside, there can be a sharp reduction in debt to GDP burdens, and some thoughts on the framework for sovereign debt restructurings. And I want to end on just my thoughts on the outlook, given this debt situation and some of the remarks that I shared. And my ending note is unfortunately very pessimistic. And it's for the following reason. We had HIPC. To me, the bigger lesson from HIPC is not that developing countries got a debt reduction. To me, the biggest lesson from HIPC and what's most glaring is that all those bilateral creditors then drastically shrunk their lending to developing countries. If you look at statistics today, net resource transfer to developing countries falls from 8% of GDP. These are IMF statistics from the same paper, back in the 80s, to 2% of GDP right now, which means that all of those creditors that gave debt relief, I'm talking about bilateral, said, we've learned a lesson. We had to restructure our debt. We're not going to lend to developing countries again. Now, we are raging a battle against the new creditors that are essentially being told that you have to give now debt relief. And I'm not making a normative argument right now. I'm just making a factual argument. And so if the past is any guide, then if the current new creditors like China and others also take the same lesson, if they have to give debt relief, that they are not going to, in the future, lend to developing countries, then I want to end on this very serious and, to me, a pessimistic note and a big problem for the developing world, that we're going to have through two waves, one systemic, HIPC. This wave may not be systemic. It could be individual cases, but a creditor learns their lessons. And if we have the current creditors also wanting to scale back at a time when developing countries' needs have grown and are going to continue to grow, including for purposes like global public goods, including climate. And we have a situation where multilateral development banks like the World Bank are also capacity. They are constrained on how much they can lend and very little appetite to increase their capital. Then we have a real problem for how investment in developing countries, including for global public goods, is going to be financed. So on that very pessimistic note and without any solutions, let me thank you for your time. And then I look forward to our discussion in the afternoon when Adnan and I will be together on the cases on Tunisia and Egypt, respectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reza. It's really fascinating. We have 10 minutes. I would like to give 5 minutes for questions and then 5 minutes to our two keynote speakers to respond. Mustafa.
Thank you both. Just a clarification question on the last speaker. Clarification, because you said that the research shows that the restructuring does not reduce debt. That statement, is it on its own or as part of a package? Because if it is just statement that restructuring does not reduce debt on its own, there is no other action, no other policy changes or no other, I think, yes, probably that's, but I always thought that restructuring should be part of a package.
Yeah. So the statement is the factual statement. It comes from looking at a large sample of countries that have had a debt restructuring.
Yes.
And then defining some empirical metrics as to how much does the debt to GDP ratio or other metrics of debt come down after the restructuring. And as an empirical matter, so you have a good question as to what else is happening in the background and whether there are some countries that put together a number of other policies as well, such that very well can happen. On average, it does not. And I'll tell you, actually, typically, restructurings do not reduce the debt stock. They reprofile the debt stock. And this particularly happens in the case of official creditors. A case in point is Pakistan right now. Most of Pakistan's debt, Pakistan has debt maybe of around, say, $90 billion or $100 billion. Out of that, only now $7 billion is owed to Eurobond holders, and maybe 2-3 more to external commercial creditors. Now, the rest is either official external debt split between bilateral and multilateral, or domestic debt. Okay. if you think of the external, whether it's to bilaterals or to multilaterals, they hardly ever write down. Multilaterals did not until we got HIPC. It's a time-honored tradition for bilateral official creditors to not give any debt reduction upfront. In fact, people don't dwell on this. If you go read the original document of the Common Framework, it actually says that we should try not to give a debt reduction. And the first preference would be for just a debt rescheduling. If you look at the history of Paris Club, until HIPC came, it is littered with examples of repeated debt reprofiling. Poland is a case in point, which in the 80s came to the Paris Club. It was insolvent. The Paris Club gave a rescheduling, and it took 5 more reschedulings over 10 years before they decided that actually it's a solvency problem, not a liquidity problem. To me, it's the same happening with China and others right now. It's not a China problem to me. It's just, this is the way bilateral creditors, or for that matter, official creditors think.
Thank you.
Seems quite absent
Let
now.
me say that let us collect like 3 questions and then we answer also as for the interest of time.
I mean, absent from this discussion is some of the old solutions. What about swap of debt into equity? So that at least you expect from countries to respond and to pay depending on how their economy is doing. Now it's a fixed interest rate. You have to pay it no matter what your commission is. What about the issue of odious debt, where some of the lenders have given debt to countries and have not taken into account the fact that it's not representative of their people, and now the people have to pay for it, and the government corruption has put us in this. What about the third one, which is to a great extent, I remember as a graduate student, we did simulations. If the people don't pay their debt, the banks may lose, but this money that they have, the foreign exchange, they will basically import, and that the countries at the end, give it a 10 years simulation period, they're doing better than if they were paying the debt, because their exports would rise, the export industries would be better off. The banks may not be, but the total of the world economy and total welfare is really improved now. Getting any worse.
I'm sorry. I have a question about the role of the IMF to participate in this crisis. Why? Because according to my experience and my studies about the debt sustainability in Egypt, the IMF asked Egypt to raise the primary surplus. And this is self-defeating. I can prove it. It's self-defeating. When a country like Egypt, with almost deficit in the primary, and you ask to maintain 2% of their GDP as a solution for the debt, we have the self-defeating, and now Egypt is in worse position rather than. So please, according to your previous work and your current position right now in Pakistan, how do you see this solution insisted by the IMF to save the debt sustainability, and how to react to that?
You mentioned China. Just a question. There was a recent sit down between the usual suspects and China on Chad. Is this experience as positive as I seem to have understood, or I got it wrong?
The common framework that we talked about applies, as you said, to the low-income countries. What's your understanding of the framework with China, like in Sri Lanka, for the middle-income countries? I mean, surprisingly, in the case of Sri Lanka, China gave financial assurances much more rapidly than in the case of Zambia. So what's the framework? And number two, we haven't gotten to bondholders now in a long time. I guess we'll get to them in Ghana and in Zambia and in Sri Lanka soon. Do you expect the CACs to work well and the lending into arrears to work well and the private creditors not to be a problem, or do you expect that it will also become a big problem?
Thank you, Ishaq. We need to move on. So shall I ask Adnan and Riza to each take 2 minutes to respond so that we can finish in time?
We did some dividing of the roles already.
Okay, you can take 3
On
minutes.
debt equity swaps have been there. It's a conceptually very nice thing. It's been done a little bit. It hasn't been pervasive. Okay, in good part because creditors want to be paid now. There is also debt funds. Those are also going to, but again, in principle, they're going to be very small, but also not easy to administer. Because those projects, the things that are needed to be done, it will take very long. On ODS debt, you and I intuitively agree and see one and immediately say that's odious. It is, however, a legally underpinned definition. There, as far as I know, and Reza, please correct me if I'm wrong, there isn't a legal basis of international court decisions defining it and setting precedent for doing so. In practice, there have been debts such as Iraq under Saddam Hussein. In that spirit, they've been restructured, but there is no legally bound definition or framework for it.
Thank you, Adnan. So I'll just pick up from ODS debt. I appreciated the question, and let me share something from my personal experience. When I used to go to the Paris Club as the IMF representative, sometimes, this question would come up. What about the lending that has been done to regimes that, are very questionable? I was always told by Paris Club creditors never to talk about ODS debt. And it was a topic that would always be not spoken about. And so that's all I can share. I hope that's useful. But I want to come to a question on primary surplus. And I wanted to also clarify that I'm no longer the governor in Pakistan. My term ended in May of 2022. It was a 3-year term. So I can speak as an ex-policymaker. And you asked about the primary surplus. And I think my view is slightly different. In most of the developing countries that I have worked on, and this is not now a comment about Egypt or Pakistan in any specific country. In most of the countries that I've worked on, I think government spending has not been that productive. And therefore, raising a primary surplus to me has always generally has had more benefits than costs, because in my experience, it has had less of a trade-off in terms of growth. I'll give you one factoid. During COVID, while in many countries, countries increased their debt to GDP ratios and increased their deficits, Pakistan actually reduced both its primary deficits and its debt to GDP, yet it had a very good recovery out of the COVID crisis as well. So in general, I'm very skeptical about arguments that you need deficits because you need high quality growth. To me, I think it's probably the opposite. Then there was a question about framework for middle income countries. I think from Ishaq, you were right that middle income countries that have approached the outside the common framework, the financing assurances may have come quicker. I just want to remind that this is the beginning of the process, and even the letter that came from one of the creditors that you mentioned, it took a little bit of time because apparently there was an earlier version of the letter which the IMF staff had not found that it was acceptable. So let us just hope that now it delivers what is needed that is consistent with the debt sustainability analysis. I am not sure if we are at a stage where we can already draw lessons about what it means for the common framework. And then there was a question about bondholders, and I'm going to share my own now personal view, and it may be controversial, but I shared that also as now an ex-policymakers. In my experience, it's much easier to deal with private creditors than with official creditors, and particularly bilateral official creditors. And I tell you why. If I am a policymaker of a higher ed country, and I'm dealing with private creditors, I know what is their objective function. I know what motivates them. And I know that if I can successfully convince them that the deal that is being offered right now is better than the next best deal they might be able to get if they hold out, then the job is done and they will participate in general. So personally, I find that private creditors are easier to deal with. And if there is a good faith process that has been followed, where the country officials and the IMF team have engaged early, have shared as much of the information as they can, and particularly the IMF team has been open and not condescending and participatory, I think you can get good outcomes. Bilateral official creditors, the reason I find them harder is because you often don't know their motivation. It is true that they are also lending for certain returns. Nobody gives money for free. They're getting something out of it. But as a governor of the central bank, you may not be privy to what is that conversation that has taken place between your head of state and the head of state of a giver. And when you don't know their motivation, whether they stay in the country or take their money out, or whether they roll over, it's a lot more unpredictable than it is, in my experience, with private creditors, where one knows what language to speak with.
I can just add 2 points. One on the surplus issue. You're absolutely right. Large surpluses hurt demand. The reason it is done is because programs have a very short horizon. What matters is at the end of the day, whether that deficit is financed or not. That's why many people call us who worked in the IMS or do as accountants, and not as a compliment, I should say, because we kind of insist where the numbers have to add up. The solution to that is if there is a lot more money spread out over many years. That, however, means that the lenders, including the IMF, have to put a lot of faith in the borrower that they will do reforms over time. The experience in the fund is that once that is done, primary surpluses are lowered, then they won't do the reform. And there is no such a thing as unconditional money in this business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Big hand to our two distinguished speakers. And now I call upon Professor Samir Mardisi for the second session. احنا عندنا I'll speak for 15 minutes. My colleague Amir will speak for 5 minutes. زميل أمير الأدلة طبعا عندك الأدلة ينفع sorry for some organizational matters. This one page for the this is our session.
محمد تعمل ميوت.
This one. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Well, we're now in the second session on Lebanon and Sudan, and these are very interesting case studies that come out part of the context of what the RF has been doing on stabilization and sustainable policies in the MENA region. If I may, just before I introduce these speakers, may I simply have a few. Yes. Yes. Okay. The two multi-authored papers, respectively, on Sudan and Lebanon, we presented in this session are rich, very rich in content and far-reaching in their policy recommendations to achieve sustainable growth. And of course, we look forward to the authors and the commentators have to say in this regard. Unfortunately, both countries, Sudan is currently suffering from a civil conflict, while Lebanon is yet to begin addressing its catastrophic financial crisis that broke out in late 2019. Hopefully, it will not be long before both countries begin their recovery process. On Sudan, I can only wait to listen to what Brahim has to say. On Lebanon, the paper comes out with a number of assertions that I would have liked to discuss with the authors, but as chair of the session, I will refrain from doing so. However, I do wish to draw attention to one assertion with which I agree, namely, that the cause of Lebanon's ultimate collapse is not its liberal economic system, but rather it's been hijacked by an oligarchy, cartels, made possible by the failure of the state in its role of as regulator. Particularly, I would add, in the post-war period. The political dimension of economic reform, as the paper mentions, should be given its proper due. I have two questions to the authors of this paper, to Ishaq in particular. If time allows, I would appreciate a response to them. The first question, what, in your opinion, explains the ability of Lebanon's generally long ruling elite to survive, if not even benefit, from the country's financial and economic disaster that erupted in 2019, and for which they are primarily responsible? My second question is
in dealing with the issue of public debt, I think protecting already frozen bank deposits should be a priority of any planned recovery. Otherwise, with or without banking reform, I think Lebanese banks may no longer be able to attract savings either locally or from abroad. If so, if this is the case, then what should the authorities do? What path should they take to determine a repayment schedule over a number of years? Should haircuts be considered as part of the plan? And if successful, once debt recovery is adopted, can we assume a totally free foreign exchange market along with the elimination of the Lebanese financial intervention, so-called Lebanese financial invention, the so-called dollar? Would this go away? These are two questions I hope Ishaq might consider replying to. Thank you, Ishaq. Now we have two speakers. Ibrahim on Sudan, and I need not introduce Ibrahim as our managing director. And of course, Ishaq is also very well known to us. He's director of research, finance for development, lab, school of economics. And we have two commentators. We have first Hamid Hijadi, who is in the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, the dean of the School of Economics and Economics Administration and Public Policy at the Doha Institute. And then finally, we have Bassem Snej, who is with Sciences Po, if I'm not mistaken. So without further ado, Ibrahim, would you care to start?
Okay, so this is a paper especially given the recent unfortunate development. It has to be about also post-conflict reconstruction, but mainly, of course, the program, the project focuses on a stabilization and growth agenda. This is a jointly authored paper by 6 colleagues, but Amir and I will be presenting on behalf of our colleague. One of our colleagues is Dr. Kabashi Sleiman, is actually trapped in a very difficult area in Sudan, so we pray for his safety. The outline is we start by understanding the context and what we call or characterize as a de facto sudden stops, because that sudden stops actually has a lot to do with economic collapse and then the eventual end game of the former regime after the secession of South Sudan and the creation of the Republic of South Sudan, and more than 75% of the oil revenues were lost to the economy of Northern Sudan, and of course, the Republic of Sudan. The policy framework for re-engagement and economic relief, of course, after what we call in Sudan, the December Revolution in December 2018, which eventually led to the collapse of the former what we call in Sudan Inghaz regime, which is that what they call their name, that they came to rescue the country. And then of course the political economy of growth. And here I would like to take a comparison between Sudan and Ethiopia. There's so many things in common between the two countries. Both countries are very difficult to govern. It's highly polarized societies and faced with so many difficulties. Sudan is much richer, much more endowed than Ethiopia, but nonetheless, it is good to explore the political economy from the lens of the two elites that govern the two countries over the last 30 years or so. And we undertake a gross accounting and simulation model using the World Bank long-term growth model, which is really a very interesting kind of accessible model to ask the question about if we are assuming that we need to ignite growth, as the report has told us, the regional report, how much investment we need and how to finance this investment. How to finance this investment is provided by, in the paper, by the agro-industrial growth corridors, in view of the tremendous potential of Sudan as a breadbasket country for the region. So there is already actually, after the war in Ukraine, a discussion in some institutions in the Arab world about the potential role of Sudan in providing, covering the food deficit and relocalizing the supply chain and the value chain for the Arab world and for Africa. Unfortunately, Sudan and this paper as well also had to deal with conflict, peace building, and reconstruction in view of the current tragic situations, which is not fully covered by the paper, but hopefully we could cover that. So understanding the context and the sudden stops and economic collapse, it's very telling actually to show the outpouring of the Sudanese people for so many long months, yet the regime was unable to reform itself and to recover. In terms of understanding the context, the first thing that comes to mind is that the collapse of the export capacity. As you can see, the total export of Sudan before 2011 was mainly powered by oil exports. But then immediately you could see the extreme collapse that happened. And the reason being was because during the oil era, the regime never really, made an effort to diversify the economy and to use the oil proceeds in order to capitalize the agricultural sector. And that's why you could see the effect here. And of course, the petroleum, this dotted line, as a result of the secession of the South, starting 2012, and then also the somewhat, less severe, but also the decline in, the gold sector, which started to become important, especially after the secession of the South, could not really cover compensate for the collapse. And here you will see, and here you will see that the economy itself collapsed and never recovered starting 2012, these bar charts. And also the imports. So both the imports and the as I said, we characterize the crisis as a de facto sudden stops, and sudden stops, of course, is a very important literature in the context of Latin America and other emerging countries in the 90s, and particularly the research by Guillermo Calvo and his research associates, that actually once capital flows reverse as a result of better news by investors or suspicion that something wrong is associated with the country that they thought they could partake into its takeoff, and so a lot of capital flows come in, then capital outflows create a huge crisis, and what we did was actually split the oil exports that originates from the south, which is the red dotted line. And you can see that actually, if you think of it as transfers or capital flows, you could see that it's really a very severe sudden stop. There is nothing sudden about it because the government of the former regime should have anticipated it, but they never really cared. And so it actually created the effect of a sudden stop. And so once that happened, then the current account has to adjust. And you can see that if we actually adjust the current account by netting out the oil export from the south, you could see that actually this picture looks very much, if you look at some of the papers by Calvo and his colleagues on Argentina, for example, that actually the current account adjustment in Argentina looks very similar to this in the 90s as a result of the sudden stops. So this is really the phenomena. And what happened was that you know, you can see that actually, let me back up. You can see that actually the imports did not really collapse as you would expect. You know, it actually only slightly declined after 2011 and then recovered. The reason being is because of this, that the remittances from the Sudanese working abroad picked up quite considerably this total deadline. And you can see that actually the official remittances, the thick blue lines, decline considerably over time, but then the light blue lines actually increase significantly, and these are the remittances transacted through the parallel market. And then at the same time, the parallel market premium increased quite precipitously, the continuous line. And so this is what could be characterized as the parallel market premium, or the parallel market basically controlling or influencing the economy, that the official exchange rate and the official market for foreign exchange was basically a sideshow. So the question is why the Enghaz regime failed to respond until its eventual demise in April 2019. Deficit financing and macroeconomic populism was adopted despite the crisis. Hyperinflation, fuel subsidy accounted for 1/3 of the budget. Parallel market for foreign exchange, as I said, ran supreme. So the question, important political economic question, why the regime failed to reform? The regime failed to reform because the regime was a very well-entrenched kleptocracy. And it was very nicely characterized by Alex Dewal and his colleagues that the political marketplace was really the market where the oil revenues was distributed to those institutions and those constituencies that have the capacity to project violence, including the official institutions like the army, but also a host of paramilitary institutions, including, of course, what we call in Arabic al-Da'm al-Sari', the Rapid Support Force. And then the kleptocracy moved from centralized political marketplace to oligopolistic or collusive oligopoly political marketplace, using gold and whatever resources they could get from the Arab countries in the Gulf. This is a chronology about the reform process, which I will not speak about. It's well known. It's been negotiated, obviously, after the revolution with the IMF and the World Bank. And it was actually on course to achieve its objective in terms of re-engagement and in terms of the unification of the exchange rate. That's already happened. And in terms of the transition from commodity subsidies to directly supporting Sudanese people through the family support program. And of course, we have some colleagues here in the audience, Hafiz Ghanim and others who are actually, participated in this and contributed to the reform in Sudan. But unfortunately, the coup that took place in the 25th of October basically derailed this process. So just wanted to say that the necessary shift in focus now has to be urgent post-conflict reconstruction support, moving fiscal policy and structural reform from austerity to growth, and visible progress on the urgent timeline to create political support. These are new issues that I think need to be taken into account. But, you know, Sudan is a HIPC country. It was in course and everything. So the rest is standard. So I don't want, for the interest of time, to belabor this point. So the political economy, as I mentioned already, it's for Sudan to understand, it's an interesting tale of two countries. You can see that on the left side, is an index of GDP, real GDP. And you can see that Sudan, the thick line, was stagnating despite the oil resources and what have you. While Ethiopia, actually, the Ethiopian economy grew by about 4 times in 15 years, between 2004 to 2015, or in, well, 19 years. And at the beginning of the period, Ethiopia was abjectly poor. You know, the GDP of Ethiopia was about 20 billion. Sudan was about 80 billion. But by the end of the 15 years or 19 years, actually Ethiopia closed the gap, while Sudan stagnated. The same story could be told for income per capita. So the question is, I was very inspired by a recent book by Stephen Derkon, where he argues that even though conditions could be very bad, like in Ethiopia and Sudan, highly polarized societies and lots of civil wars and problems, but still, elites sometimes might choose development, and in other cases, they might choose kleptocracy. So the basis of the emergence of the states is the agreement of the elites to share the rent available under the existing power, no matter how small that rent. Few elites bet on development by sacrificing available rents for future growth, but there is no recipe. They are general principles. That is why it is betting on the future. It is, and so why take the risk? Why some elites take the risk? Maybe access to power after severe crisis like a civil war, that may be a factor. Or perhaps what happened to the Chinese Communist Party after the disastrous Cultural Revolution and the rise of Deng Xiaoping. Or maybe ability to some elites who are sophisticated enough to learn and to self-correct. Meles Zenawi, actually, for the first 10 years in Ethiopia, he was following the Albanian style of Marxism. But then, you know, knowledge perhaps allowed them to do that. The regime in Ethiopia, under Meles Zenawi, they adopted economic legitimacy as a basis for the regime's survival. They focus on developmental federalism, and they actually executed a project that focuses on agriculture, food security, infrastructure and energy, and a special economic zone. Nonetheless, the civil war in Ethiopia showed that in highly polarized societies, benevolent authoritarianism is not really sustainable. The case of Sudan is an outright, of course, kleptocracy, adopting empowerment as a basis for the regime survival, which we call in Sudan tamkeen. So they basically allowed the members of the Islamic Front, so-called Islamic Front, to basically control the state. In the first year, in 1989, they fired almost 80% of the army and the security services and created a new army, ideological army. Tribal clientelism in the states. The project is that the disappearance of oil and the survival of the rentier approach is that they move to the gold and other instruments for raising rents. Lessons, of course, is to avoid reproducing the Engas system in a socially diverse society like Sudan. As I said, we use the LTGM, long-term growth model. Our argument is that this is an appropriate model for Sudan because Sudan is basically a supply constraint rather than demand constraint. So we have three equations. One of them is a standard growth drivers equation. The other one is solving this in order to derive the investment ratio that is required to produce a given level of growth. And then the last one, of course, is just financing the investment, either through domestic saving or foreign direct investment or change in debt. Unfortunately, this part is a casualty of the current situation in Sudan because our colleague Kabashi is the main author of this component, and he's trapped in Sudan, and we could not communicate with him to get him to give us the more recent one. So I just show very briefly that assuming other technical conditions, productivity is very critical for avoiding exorbitant and unrealistic investment ratios in order to produce a per capita income growth of about 4%. That's what we are assumed. So, Mr. Chairman, I finished, but I wanted my colleague for 5 minutes, if possible, to speak about the agricultural corridors.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. So in the ERF agriculture paper about Sudan, we recommended agro-industries corridors as a development strategy for sustainable growth, as well as for poverty reduction and food security. So, so in the paper, we recommended 14 growth corridors. We detailed for each one the strengths of each area, and also the industries that are associated with each one of them. So we have, depending on the area and the crops that's being produced. So we have textile, we have meat industries, we have gum Arabic processing, oil processing. So a long list of industries so that we can move from exporting raw materials to value-added industries. So in order for this strategy to succeed, it must have infrastructural support. So, and that's where our real challenge is. So moving forward, I don't know if you can see it, but the red line here, that's pretty much mimics our road infrastructure. So looking at that, despite that there was a heavy investment from the previous government since the early 2000s on roads, we have 11,800 kilometers of road. 50% of them, they require rehabilitation. Moreover, the emphasis was in the interstate roads, while the interstates, and that's where like we have large areas, these roads are only paved roads. So there was no investment in that, and that impacts the supply chain tremendously. When we looked also, we found out these areas, the blue areas, these are new proposed roads because they are critical for connecting the productive cities. Also, another point is the border terminals. So we have border terminals with Egypt, with Chad, with South Sudan, with Ethiopia. Now that Argin and Wadi Halfa, they're coming, they're playing a big role in this crisis. So these terminal borders are just like basic. They have very low services and they require major upgrade. So moving forward, these are airports. We have quite a number of airports. basically most of the gross corridors, but they do not meet the minimum standards. Our national carrier requires reconstruction. Ports, we have 5 ports, 5 specialized ports on the Red Sea. One for, you all know Port Sudan, export, import. We have another Al Khair port. This is for petroleum exports. We have another one for animal stock exports. But again, all of them, they require basically storage capacity increases, new systems for management of the ports. We need to increase the metric tons that's being moved. So, and then we come to energy. We have been in discussion about energy in the earlier session. 96% of our energy comes from hydro and fossil fuel. We produced in 2022 4.4 gigawatt of energy, and this by no means will suffice what we want to do in terms of industrialization or even expansion in agriculture. Having said that, there have been good experiences in clean energy. There are 3 wind farms, one in the north of Sudan, in Dongola, one in on the Red Sea, and one on the west of Sudan. We have El Shamal plant that produces 54 megawatt of solar power. Another 5 megawatt in Al Fasher, another 2 megawatt in Jinena. So we propose the one in orange. These are what we are proposing, that we complement the basically the grid, which has insufficient capacity, with solar power. There's a project of around 1,000 solar pumps that are is underway and distributed among the different farms in Sudan. The last segment is telecommunication, which I think this is a bright spot of our infrastructure. We do have 35 million mobile subscribers. We have 8.5 broadband subscribers. We have 15,000 kilometers of fiber optic, and we have expansion, 2-segment expansion. We are connected to Eastern African submarine system as a gateway, and also with flag. We also have, Sudan has launched a satellite in 2019 in cooperation with China for civilian and military, quote unquote, purposes. And of course, we have to start preparing for 5G to take advantage of the bandwidth capacity, network slicing, and edge computing. So major investment is required in the infrastructure in order to be able to execute our policy. Last slide, Mr. Muggs. So financing of the agro corridor. Basically, the corridor is a partnership between public actors and private sector. And that's where we will have the public actors pay for the infrastructure, and the private sector, they will pay for the operating cost, and will also act like a board member for the cross corridors. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I didn't introduce you because your name didn't appear in the program. But it's okay. That's all right. It's hot. $15 is hot.
Thank you.
It's hot 15 minutes.
Okay. Lebanon in 15 minutes. This is difficult. It's a difficult country.
I don't mind if they
it's
wait,
just-
they don't go take half an hour.
No. I'll take 15 minutes. So yeah, I mean, you need to. This was very interesting, but you need to blank your mind to jump to a totally different situation. The Lebanon debt crisis. Thank you. We had, we had the main goal of this paper was to bring the facts together. Okay, thank you. That explain the rise of the crisis in Lebanon over the past 2 decades, and then try to understand what happened after the crisis, after 2019. Really for 2 audiences, the Lebanese audience, because in Lebanon, we mostly write op-eds and little notes. So we wanted to bring kind of all this body of knowledge together around a data set that is coherent. But also, our audience here, what lessons can we draw from Lebanon, the PEG in Jordan, the mismanagement of the fiscal account for other countries. Maybe I'll cover just the 2 first points here. So I'll answer Samir only in part. What's interesting, one interesting aspect of the Lebanese situation is that there are several different narratives. There's a political narrative, which is Rafik Hariri, big bet to reconstruct Lebanon after the war to become the next Dubai, but then the peace process falters in the region and the bet fails. Then he's assassinated, and basically the country stays on the same path with no strong leadership to develop another engine for growth. So at some point, the model collapses. There is another narrative about the public sector borrowing too much money, mismanaging, stealing, lots of money flowing into the banks lend to the state overspent, and at some point, no return on this, so the Ponzi will have to explode. There is another narrative which is less common but more precise, which is not just the state that overborrowed. Actually, a lot of the deficit was of the private sector, of households. They also overborrowed, and the economy didn't grow. And I'll show you some evidence on this. And then a more precise statement, which is that the problem really comes from the pegged exchange rates for Jordan, which over time led to an appreciated currency, which weakened growth, but also made imports cheaper and led to a very large current account, which ultimately had to blow up, causing a lot of losses before. Defending the peg too far, not just with all the reserves of the central bank, but also with the money of the depositors. Maybe it's starting to happen in other countries. And after, the balance sheet of the central bank was so much distorted, short on dollars, longs on pound, that once the devaluation came, the losses were enormous, and they led to a financial crisis as well. So there are, all these different layers of stories, which we try to illustrate in the paper, to document. Now, it's not a political economy paper on purpose, because we think to do political economy, you need to understand the economics. But broadly, the paper assumes that the irrationality, if you like, of the situation of going slowly into a wall, and then when you get into the crisis, mismanaging the crisis, broadly has to do with power sharing. Too many forces together with lots of veto players that have to do with a very tough economic political situation. Hariri assassination in 2005, Israeli invasion, later the Syrian war, and here we have the Intifada and the Beirut port explosion. And part of your answer, why we fall from very high to very low is during all these difficult moments, there was support by the international community to pass difficult moments. So we had repeated bailouts. This is the growth rate. You see, we have high growth during the 90s, during the reconstruction phase, and then It falls because, you know, we get into high debt, basically high interest rates. Then the growth rises again around the global financial crisis, because Lebanon becomes seen as a safe haven, then falls again with the Syrian crisis close to zero. So, you know, various conferences to shore up Lebanon. And then in 2016, the most important financial support, which is the Saudi guarantee that Lebanon will not fail, goes away when they imprison Saad Hariri and they disengage from Lebanon. So the real crisis starts, or at least is exacerbated here, and then we get into finally a bank run. So this is I wanted to say here, it's also a difficult security situation, and we should not forget that we had no major insecurity in Lebanon. So these coalition governments at least managed to keep the place secure, even though they were fighting next door in Syria, the same protagonists. But you know, this very broad alliance could not make the kind of decisions, courageous economic decisions. So broadly, we have three phases. You see, these are the debt ratios. Coming into the end of the 90s, the failure of the peace process, they're very high, and they keep going up. And down partly when you were in growth, and then after the Syrian crisis, no growth, high interest rates. Whoops, what's happening here? So broadly, three phases. The phase after the reconstruction, which is a difficult phase. Lebanon is very fragile. It could have, the financial crisis could have exploded here, but it's saved by the donors with international conferences, Paris 1 and 2, interest rate fall and the like. A second phase with tight fiscal management. That's your period, I think. And then an inflow of money after the global financial crisis, where the debt ratios fall. And then after the civil war, they rise again and then they explode. This is interesting. It shows you the current account deficits in hard red. So that's one specificity of Lebanon. They are very high. You know, the average is 20% of GDP over the period. That's about $10 billion coming in every year. So there's a flow of dollars coming in, financing what? This broken red line is the fiscal deficit. So you see they're financing the fiscal deficit, which falls over time. And then after that, they're financing the private sector deficits. So that debunks the first story. That is, it's not just a fiscal story. It's really more of a Dutch disease type story where the exchange rate is overvalued. This is on the dynamics of public debt. In little blue here, you have the primary deficit, which becomes very small, and the primary surplus. So it's not that's driving the debt ratio that's rising over time. This is 2010. Rather, it is the fact that the green line, the interest rate, is much higher than the growth rates. So we get over time to a situation where there's no growth. Depositors that are bringing money from abroad are more and more uncomfortable. The central bank has to raise interest rate to keep attracting the money, to finance the deficit, to keep the peg fixed, and until it blows up because the debt ratio keeps rising. That's about the real economy. It's not the best of graphs. I'll do something better, but it basically shows you that it's basically a Dutch disease graph. The orange line is the performance of exports. Exports are coming down over time because the currency is becoming overvalued, but also Syria closes down, and many of the routes to the Gulf go through Syria. The blue line here is investment, the evolution of investment. Investment is also coming down over the period as interest rates become higher. So the economy deteriorates as the exchange rate becomes more appreciated. And we can calculate that the real exchange rate becomes about 45%. I think that was the IMF calculation, overvalued. This is the evolution of interest rate. If you look at the bold one, this is the spread of deposits in dollars over the US dollar interest rate. So when you deposited in Lebanon in dollars, you could make 4% more than this in the United States. So that shows that the risks, and this one is the Lebanese pound. So initially the risk was very much the perception of the pound would devalue, but over time it was more the fact that the state could default. So you needed, on dollars, a premium of up to 4%. And of course, you could calculate that this has added tens of billions of dollars to the debt. And basically, the peg is not working. The reason you have a peg is to keep interest rates down. One complexity of Lebanon is that the balance sheets of the state, the banks, and the central bank are very much connected. Money comes into bank accounts. The banks, mistrusting the state, deposit those dollars at the central bank, which then lends in part in pounds to the state and in part defends the peg. So they have losses in two ways. One is the cost of carry. So here you see these are the deposits of banks into the central bank. And here in brown are the reserves of the central bank. You see the reserves are about stable, even though the deposit increase over time, because the central bank is losing a part. They are taking these deposits at 10% and investing them in London at 0. So there's a cost of carry. But there is also reserves that are going into paying for the balance of payment deficits. So you're losing reserves over time as well. And the red line here is the net position in foreign exchange of the central bank. You see, already in 2016, it turns negative. So by 2016, the net position of the central bank is more and more negative, which means it's defending the peg with the money of others. It's run out of reserve already, and it's defending the peg with the money of depositors. You could also see here, this is the balance sheet of the central bank. On the liability side, deposits, so the balance sheet grows enormously as it takes more and more deposits from banks. So 78% of its assets are bank deposits. And what does it do with this money? It has dollar assets, but the ratio is shrinking. And the ratio of Lebanese assets, CDs to the government is rising. So they're basically dollarizing domestic debts. We thought it was in domestic currency and therefore it could be deflated, but it's more and more sits with the central bank, which take deposits in dollars. It gets effectively dollarized. And that's what would lead after the devaluation to huge losses in the central bank, now estimated about $60 billion. And this is the position of commercial banks. Green is deposit at the central bank, and this is loans to the government. You see, they increasingly replace loans to the government by deposits at the central bank. And these are loans to the private sector. They shrink over time. So what happened in 2019 is a sudden stop, like in Sudan, but now it leads to a triple crisis because of the way these balance sheets are together. First, the current account deficit, 20% of GDP, cannot be financed anymore. So imports have to be curtailed from like 15 billion to 3-4 billion. I'll show you. There's a banking crisis because there is a run on the banks since all their assets are in government debt, which has lost all its value. And there is a debt crisis. The government is insolvent insolvent, cannot borrow anymore. And so you have a fiscal crisis, and you will see now the government has to print money in order to pay for salaries. And so in the paper, we ask, why does GDP fall so much? I'll show you that GDP collapses in unseen ways. What happens to the state? Did the economy hit rock bottom or not? We ask. And then the issue of how to share the losses is the big issue in Lebanon. It's a political issue, very hard to resolve. There are humongous losses, 3 times larger than GDP, and how to distribute them in the population is the question. This is interesting. It's the structure of deposits. Deposits smaller than 1.5 million, larger than 1.5 million in the banking sector. And you see end 2018 and 2019, big drop, 10%, 10 billion, sorry. At the end of the crisis comes when there is a run by depositors, not by banks. You know, banks are making huge profits, lending at very high interest rate to the central bank. There are just a few of them. They're coordinated. They take their profits abroad. So they are not the ones that blow out the system at the end. It's depositors, and it's the very large depositors. So we lose $10 billion here and some more here. But that's another story. Okay, sorry for all these numbers. This is GDP. 100 in 2018, this is the index, and it falls in 2022 to 67 in real Lebanese pound when you account for inflation. But inflation, of course, is very hard to measure because it's over 100% per year. And it falls to 38 at the dollar exchange rate. So the real fall is somewhere in between. Obviously, there is an over depreciation, an overshooting of the currency. So that's an exaggeration, but that's probably not right either because inflation is mismeasured, somewhere in between. So it means that GDP has fallen by somewhere between 40 and 60%, which is enormous for a country not at war. I think Ukraine has fallen by 25% so far. So why? Now, remember, total spending must have fallen because 20 were coming from abroad and stopped coming, the sudden stop. So you would think, you know, spending will be cut by 20. Actually, it's cut by much more. And the reason is that GDP, the production collapses as well. Production collapses because the banks close down. There's no more credit. The electricity company is down. There's no electricity. The port blows up later. So, I mean, it's very hard to do business. So the production doesn't turn from domestic demand to export. Actually, exports collapse, even though the exchange rate is, you know, many, many times lower than before. Export go from 100 to 30. So everything collapses. And look at the governments from 100 to somewhere between 9 and 15. So from a budget of $10 billion to less than $1 billion now. So when, of course, investment also. So, you know, when we think of recovery, there's a problem of rebuilding the financial sector, but it's also the problem of rebuilding the state. You cannot really have a country without a state or with a state that's at 5% of GDP, but GDP that's so much lower than it was before. So it's complicated to think about the recovery. This is the external account, and I want to show you here several things. This is the current account deficit, used to be around 10 billion. These are billions of dollars. And look how it adjusts with the crisis to about 3 billion. So imports are enormously compressed. And that, of course, is very, creates a big recession in a country that lives on imports. Small country transforms imports. The capital account, that's the sudden stop, you know, from 17 billion coming in every year, we have a negative. Now, what's interesting and sad is the use of reserves. You know, the central bank starts the crisis with $35 billion of reserve. Now it has 10 billion. Where did the difference go? It's partly subsidizing imports. but it's partly capital flight. You could see here that in 2020, $13 billion of reserve were spent. About as much as during a good year, how much came naturally. But what was it spent on? Partly to finance the current account deficit, but which shrunk enormously, and mostly to finance unrecorded inflows, which were outflows, capital flight of the connected people. There was no law on capital control, so banks did whatever they wanted. And nearly 9 billion of reserve, and then nearly 4 were lost to capital controls, to capital flight, sorry, which exacerbated the crisis, of course. This is kind of a balance sheet of what we can call Lebanon Inc. You asked me about, I'm done, I think. So if you look at all the assets of the consolidated state, central bank, and banks, and their liabilities, they're basically $115 billion of deposits. And if you add all the assets, the gold, the reserves, the private sector loans, and even the state assets, you get at most 65 billion. So it means the haircut should be about 50%, even after bank shareholders lose all their assets, if they ever accept that. And so it's it's a tough situation on depositors as well. So if we were to talk about the future, I'll talk about stabilization and recovery. Right now, the focus is on social protection and humanitarian aid, basically. The IMF have left pre-board conditions basically on how to rebuild the financial sector, but it is stuck because of the difficulty of distributing the losses that I showed you before. And then the states, the IMF, I mean, nobody has a good notion of how you can rebuild the state from such a low base. Right now, the political complexities of Lebanon are focused on how to elect a president before we could start thinking about all these things. So maybe I'll stop here.
Okay, so just to save time until they fix this, first of all, the paper is, of course, it's written by the expert in Sudan, and once it's okay. It's written by the best, and of course Dr. Ibrahim and his team are those are the leading economists in Sudan. So when they write it, people will read that paper, and also they'll come out with also critical thought, which is very important in our discussions. Once we talk about the post-conflict, of course, in the case of Sudan is all about conflict. The country for 60 years and more is in the sequence of the conflict. So the paper is valid and the title is valid. And hopefully we're just hoping that this will be the last conflict this country we're going through it. Regarding the, okay, good. Okay, so, yeah, right. The idea of the post-conflict stabilization and growth. This country is, for example, reconstruction means is a development. Okay, we need to have a really serious development, and this is far important than the narrow prescription of the World Bank and IMF that they are just looking for the gross driven dividends. The authors have addressed 4 questions. And this is one of the weakness of the paper and the strength of the paper as well. 4 research questions in one paper is too many already. One of them is just they're moving on to the economic crisis and the INGAS role. And basically they are explaining about the institutional and political economy. And if you look at the INGAS itself, also one of the contextual things, this for 30 years, the regime is in a continuous conflict, continuous war, whether in Darfur, whether with the Southern Sudan, and etc. So that those creating dynamics that has become a war economy. And the war is sucking so much of resources that ought to be reflected, because I was just saying in Darfur alone, the calculation is about direct and indirect cost of the conflict is around $50 billion. So that's a huge amount of money for a country like Sudan. And Sudan is a very rich country, unfortunately, very rich country. That's why they're able to sustain for 30 years. The regime is able to sustain its effect. Of course, when the oil come in, it creates a new dynamics, and they talk about the sudden stops, and that's a very, very important. But also, I could believe that is not only the sudden stop is the reason that the regime is collapsed. I think for the 30 years, the generation who are running the INGAS regime, they become very bored, they become very aging, they lost energy, they lost interest. A person telling me that is in the last 5 years, when you go to the President al-Bashir, he will just speak about jokes. He doesn't like to talk about any serious issue. So that's when the ruler become ruling country becomes so monotonous and boring. That's the beginning of an end by itself, and that created a lot of friction inside, contributing for the demise of the regime. So we can attribute it to the economic collapse that has it has contributed. That's true, but if the regime has energy and they have a vibrant, they could start. There's so many countries that are ruled by the autocrat that are oppressed, and people can become a subdued. So that's one thing. The paper also discuss about the transitional government economic reform agenda. Of course, those are Dr. Ibrahim, his own. That's his serious contribution to that one. And he set the stage, and it created windows of opportunity. But unfortunately, there was a chaos that was driven by, I call it the economic thugs, means somebody that is pretending to be an economist, but never economist. And they are saying the whole country is very rich. Why you want to remove the subsidies? Country is very rich. And then they drive Dr. Ibrahim to that corridors of conversation. And that conversation is a populist conversation that you can win it. But that's require an honest debate regarding that. Of course, the COVID is another aspect of it. The government spent a lot of money to just make it to maintain the life. And there was little economic activities. For the targeting subsidies, I thought that was a very nice equation that they brought it up, what called the dividend, thamarat, so subsidizing the families, targeting family rather than targeting everybody. The amount is smaller, but symbolically it is just freeing an opportunity for the government to start investing more. For the comparison, there is some sort of comparison between economic growth comparison between Sudan and Ethiopia. It is true that those countries are all coming out of wars, but comparing those two countries, I think a little bit we are stretching our imagination, because one country come out of the war and they become very stabilized. Okay, they are not democratic. Of course, they are very you call it a social planner or benign ruler, probably very autocratic, but he's going to push you to achieve certain goals. And for that reason, he never created a system of governing that is accommodating everyone, but he able to succeed. And that's why after his demise, after he's gone, the system collapsed again, and they went back to war. And then undo all those gains. So the target over there is economic development Together, they put an objectives for economic development. They become a benign dictator that he has an objective, but in Sudan, it's a bit different. They have random objective every other time, circumstantial objectives, and it's always random objective, and that's why we could not achieve so much about so much of progress. For the other ones is about the agro-business and cluster business. Of course, Sudan is no matter, not oil, not gold. I think our future is in agriculture, and having agro-business, creating industrial clusters. This is very good because you are taking advantage of the local resources, as well as you are creating an opportunity for other industry around that industry to grow. It's not about that old forward, backward linkages, no, rather than industrial cluster. So the idea of the cluster is good, but also once you look at the map, because there is the northern part, there's a lot of desert. And on the desert, they are saying that is probably opportunity cost of making clusters over there is a problematic, but the other things also you are creating infrastructure extending to the other areas, and little bit on Chad and we're going to Libya, because those clusters, those are areas that you can export the agricultural product to the neighboring countries, to Libya, to Chad. So those clusters ought to be making over there. Also livestock, so much livestock in the north. Otherwise, you see that people are going to be migrating to the south again and creating a lot of pressure on those infrastructure over there that is driven the conflict. The other thing, those are the, so of course, those are the research findings. And the other thing for the sudden stop, it is sudden stop because the government, we know that the south is going to be separated. This doesn't need a brainer. Why the government is not acting it? Another thing is institutional rigidity is there, okay? The institutional rigidity is key, that the government has no flexibility to move things around, okay? And that could be one of the, because people have an expectations, and those expectations already taken an effect, but the institutions are not flexible enough to accommodate those changes and bring alternative. So everybody was in a steady state until that collapse has happened. The kleptocracy is a synonym. This is about the kleptocracy, about the asset recovery. Also, I believe that in Sudan, we are exaggerating the asset that has been stolen. Okay, they are saying that is, some people saying that 200 billion, other people saying that is about 70 billion. But the whole oil receipt itself, if they stolen all of it, is around $67 billion. So where are you going to get the other money? Okay, and don't forget that is also the country needs to spend on fuels, on subsidies, and spending for the military. So there, I'm just, my roughness, if this money is around 7 billion, that's a lot of money. Not 67. So the effort of the asset recovery has become political lynching, and is rather than becoming something that is systematically being done through the legal processes and etc. Just amateur come there and say, oh, we're going to bring the assets, and then they go there and confiscated people's house or his farms, and they said, you know, this is looted, and those are not going to be. Everybody know that these are not going to stand in front of the code of law. So those are a little bit of a thing that are distraction. People spend a lot of time. Just this is the last slide. For the research, is just my suggestion is, of course, I know this ongoing research, and it's beautifully written, but I will see that those 4 questions are too many to be put it in one article. Either you're going to make a book or edited book that is, make it give a sufficient time and space for everyone to become a book, and add some other chapters. That could be one way or another, or series of articles. Also for the agribusiness, need to be linked very precisely to this conversation. Why the agribusiness is not other sectors are not there. So that need to be motivated to be linked with the existing conversation. Also, the literature review section are a little bit poor. Okay, so I feel that is for the sudden stop. There is so much debate on that one. Need to be bring it into the conversation. Reconstruction need to be bring it into the conversation. 1 minute. And the last one is also the paper need to be toned down. Okay, tone it down, because there is some word that was over there, make the paper is weaken the paper, because people feeling like this is probably some sort of a propaganda that is you put it on. So like the word callously pursued, kleptocratic economy, the disdain, thankful, visionary unionist. I never seen visionary unionist, because if they are visionary, we never separate the country, but there are all political gimmicks there. And the other things like thanks and the supreme. So those are just need to be weeded out. And thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to have to make comments on a paper written by top guns, which makes it very hard. I'm not an academic by background. I'm an investment banker and trader by background, and coming to this in the last few years. So I'm not going to make academic comments, but I'm going to use rather the same method as the paper, as on an asset liability type of assessment of the paper. And I think that, you know, it's started with the core comment, which is there can be no country without security and a working state. A sentence that can be probably used for all our presentations and workshops across all the region, and maybe further than that. So on the asset side, I think the paper contains very important statements that can be used in other crises, putting the core of the cause of the collapse, not so much on individual bad people, doesn't mean that there aren't any, but on the systematic overconsumption generating accumulation of debt that was hidden by a peg. And that pressure cooker accumulated pressure for a very long time. And when it blew up, it multiplied the damage. The paper describes in a very eloquent way the Dutch disease effect that is at the core of the crisis. That allows using the national accounts, which is a very numbers-based methodology, to actually tell the story without leaving too much room for mazaj or opinions that are ideological. So the financial engineering, for example, that was described in 2016, using the national accounts and the balance of payments, is a very surgical description of how and why it happened. One could even think that the central banker was actually doing his job by responding to a non-decision by the political force to not devaluate. So if the political forces don't want to devaluate, what's the central banker's job? To continue on with the system and find solutions, right? I'm not saying that person is good or bad or innocent or not, but objectively speaking, there was no decision on breaking the peg. That's another area of the discussion. The tables of money supply and inflation describe also in a very nice way how the pressure was building. And these are numbers that have been, as Ishaq said, gathered around into a systematic storytelling that allows to understand the dynamic of the crisis beyond the visible effects, the underlying economic system that sustained them. It contains some of the gems that I found was the very good pages on economic history and how the sustained presence of the banking sector at the center of the Lebanese economy is actually not new. One could even trace it back to the 60s, and the prominence of the banks and the banking system in the Lebanese economy is actually built on a non-changing system of financing consumption through decades. And that's how that society lived for a long, long time, and ultimately generated a non-productive, high-consuming, non-sustainable level of way of living. Another very important point, given the situation in Lebanon, is the analysis of the paper of the behavior of the donors and the amounts, the price tags that have been elaborated in the papers around this contribution to sustain the model that we've just described. Is mentioned Paris 1 and 2. These were pre-crisis. These were moments where the peg should have blown up, but it didn't. So the culprits are not only inside, but there are also those who participated in sustaining and pushing forward the ball and not taking the decision at the right moment because they funded the previous accumulated pressure. Now, on the liability side, or the subjects that we can argue or discuss, in the paper, there is some sort of confusion around diverging interests of political forces, while at the same time showing that there is converging interests of political forces. And by that, I mean that many of the political forces tended to vote unanimously on monetary and financial matters and fought on the way they shared the benefits of sustaining the benefits of this model. So the core issue, prominence of the banks, solvency of the banks, PEG, were always converging interests. The prominence of the banks have been in Lebanon for many decades, which means that all political forces and models validated the fact that banking system is at the core of the Lebanese economy, and that its job was to sell what the paper calls the Lebanese brand. And through that sale, bring in fresh money. Today, one could say, and the paper doesn't say it clearly enough, that the Lebanese brand, which is an asset in the past, might be worth zero. And that's the problem. The proposal in the paper about the liberal system failure, which was also a question by Mr. Magdisi at the beginning of the talk, is also something I would rework, because the liberal system did fail. Maybe we should more talk about capitalist system or regulated capitalist systems rather than liberal system, which confuses ideology sometimes, social liberalism and economic liberalism, which in our case has long proven that it is producing high level of externalities that we're not taking into account, but we're paying the price of. Also, the paper proposes formulas to help society cope, and I quote, restore government capacity. But it doesn't say how. And I think that the different items chosen in the paper as pillars of the recovery are exactly the right ones. but I think we should put some price tags on them. And rather than calling them reforms, use them as a framework for a, as Ishaq said earlier, a recovery program, and put price tags beyond what is given to us or given to the country as this is the IMF's capacity to help produce a recovery program based on the pillars chosen in the paper, and say, this is what we need for that reason. And maybe we will get a response saying, okay, if you need that for that reason, we might help, but you need to give us this framework. And we start negotiating. In those pillars, I would add one item that is missing in the paper, which is the Lebanese armed forces. Because within the Lebanese equation, and the paper mentions it by calling it political dominance, it's a polite word for Hezbollah, that problem needs to be solved. Too many irresponsible comments are made around these comments, this risk problem. Because a lot of people talk, but they have absolutely no idea how to solve the problem. The only way, and that has happened in other countries, and maybe in Sudan, we're facing the consequences or the challenges of solving it. Integration is the must. To do that, you need to agree on a defense strategy. Like all other pillars of infrastructure that were described eloquently in the previous presentation, armed forces are part of the infrastructure, which means that in my view, we need to add one more pillar, price it, frame it, in order for it to be part of the pillars of recovery. So to conclude, I would say that the paper is one of those definite documents that is either that I would like it to be a book expanding the economic history part to understand the present, but the recovery possibility and the framework of a recovery plan should not take account of what are the reasonable possibilities given to us by the international funders, but propose a plan to which we can attract as seed capital, and that's a private equity investor talking, the initial funders, and hopefully the private sector investors would come. Because as a trader, I like to buy low. But if I can buy low something that has a promise, it's great. But the Lebanese pound might have overshot its high. But if there is no hope of recovery, it is merely anticipating the continued demise. Thank you.
A quick question to Dr. Ibrahim and to Ishaq, and it's the same question. The papers focus very much on diagnosis and explaining the situation, how it happened. How about the future? What are the alternative scenarios? And I'm asking about your personal opinions as experts, the alternative scenarios. For example, in the case of Sudan, the South is already separated. Should, heavens forbid, something like that, how is this, can this be possibly resolve the different resolutions, political ones? What kind of economic situation are they going to lead to? The same applies to the case of Lebanon. Very, very nicely analyzed the situation and what's happening. Again, how does the future look like? And is there any possibility for a political unity within Lebanon? Because this is really the core of the problem in Lebanon. This is what started the entire mess. Okay. Is there any possibility for that? What are the alternative scenarios for the future in your opinion as a plan? Okay.
Thank you.
But I have I have a question for Ibrahim. He and I work together on Sudan, and one thing that I still do not understand, just trying to understand what happened, is why did the military turn against Hamdok? I mean, he was doing the dirty work for them, cleaning the economy, taking the risks, and moving forward. What triggered the military against Hamdok?
Question regarding the Sudan presentation, and I was wondering on the road network that you described, and particularly the blue line, you have a price tag on that.
Excuse me, Rahim. Rahim, excuse me, let me just take the other questions as well. I mean, my question to you and this, is there something common between Sudan and Lebanon? Anything common that one could think about? This, I would ask Rahim and then Ishaq to respond.
The question about the price tag will be answered by my colleague, because we do have actually some numbers about how Sudan could actually, respond to the need for food security and modernize agriculture. But let me start with Abla's question. I think the idea behind the sudden stops is actually to show, notwithstanding, of course, our respectable lead commentator, really what a kleptocracy can do. Because that was a regime that ruled the country for 30 years and was able to export oil. And the amount give and take is between 80 to 100 billion dollars during this 10 years, which we called in Sudan the oil era. And so the political economy here is very important to highlight. And also that the sudden stop basically suggests specific types of reform, which is macro stabilization centered around fiscal policy, especially restructuring the fiscal policy, and then, of course, exchange rate unification, because the parallel market was not a sideshow. It was really a major driver of the economy. Then the issue of growth is important, as, of course, the theme in the whole project. And the role of agriculture in a context of structural transformation is very critical. So actually the paper starts with identifying the context, the political economy that precipitated it, why the regime did not opt for growth, but for rent seeking and distribution, and what should be the macroeconomic framework for reform, and the centrality of growth. And in fact, the paper, when it is ready or finished, we will talk also about economic legitimacy, because we have a history of parliamentary democracy in Sudan for more than 70 years or 60 years. But democracy never survived, because it was just Westministerian political, electoral competition. And so it is very important to emphasize the importance that the elites, whether authoritarian or democratic, they have to have an economic agenda, developmental economic agenda, to survive, for democracy to survive. And of course, the post-conflict is an afterthought, because originally the paper was not written to address post-conflict. But now I think it is a central issue that we need to deal with. And that's why the comments by Professor Hamid is very well taken. We need to go back to the Copenhagen. In fact, I was one of those who contributed to the Copenhagen consensus, which is an important forum about costing reconstruction and also assessing the cost of war. And Paul Collier was actually the main contributor to that. For Hafiz, I would say that actually it is simply the answer is provided by Alex Dewa. People, this military never really believed that there was a revolution. They just wanted to, to respond to the event of the time and then seize the opportunity to undermine the process, especially exploiting the divisions within the civilian political forces. And also it became very difficult for them to forego, the political marketplace in terms of gold, whatever other things they were doing. For example, as a Minister of Finance, I had very hard time to get the details about the budget of the military. We don't know actually how many, how much is the people, the number of people under arms, because they don't give us, for example, the size of the military. They give us a budget and so on and so forth. So I think it is mainly a political economy that maybe they wanted economic reform at the beginning, but then when it came to the hard institutional, and especially the SMP agreement with the IMF, when I signed this, the initial agreement with the IMF, one of the core, items is that the Ministry of Finance will have to have direct supervision and oversight over all the activities of the military. And I think that would perhaps that's what triggered the response. And also, I think I'm sorry to use this word, but the Islamoists, which we call them the Islamoists, why? Because a political party that use Islam as an instrument to promote political agenda. They are actually now the instigators of this conflict. All the evidence suggests that, and they have never really accepted that they were removed from power. And I think all of these are the factors that derailed Sudan from the reform and from political transition. Maybe just 1 minute for
Yeah, on the question on the roads,
on the price tag for
the proposed new roads. All right, quickly. So first, I agree with the price tag comment, and that's there. However, we have a detailed study from one of the leading firms who's involved in agriculture, and actually they crunched the numbers to that. So 5 crops, 6 cash crops for 5 years. So if you look at the numbers, if I just give you the total, in 5 years, 4.2 billion. That's the cost. The revenue is 33 billion. So the upside is huge, and it justifies any investment that will basically connect those agri zones to international or regional.
Well, again, me between you and lunch, the lunch will be shorter. And so I won't speak for long because now I'm eating away your lunch. So why don't we take half an hour for lunch, and we can bring it back here. But I want to answer Abla very quickly and Samir. I think the key similarity, of course, in Lebanon and Sudan is that they both defaulted on their debt, which is why they're on the same session. And the key similarity between the two papers is that some of the authors, are hoping to be part of a future government. So in a way, it presents their plans. And the Sudan paper has the whole cabinet represented. We only have a couple of positions we're hoping to get from our paper. Now there is Abda. There is a section on growth, that actually argues that Lebanon has had periods in its past where it was productive and it can be productive again. It doesn't have to be a rentier society. And it presents also a vision of growth built on the comparative advantages of the country which it analyzes. So there's a section on that. And then is a section on recovery. Now, there is a key difference. I mean, in our paper, like in other papers, we have to think of what do we do with politicians? I mean, they drive the economy, right? And yet we have to speak about the economy. So the choice we've made is that when we talk about the past, we try to have a bit of political economy analysis of why things turned out to be a certain way. But when we talk about the future, we decided we will talk about economic efficiency. This is the best that could happen, in our opinion, hoping that this would actually influence or stimulate people and parties to push politicians to do the right thing, as opposed to try to guess what this Byzantine system would try to do, right? And there, you know, we talk about stabilization, you know, distributing the losses, but a bit like, I mean, there's been a lot of literature on how to do that. The question is, you know, how to recreate a financial system. It will have to be much smaller, but you have to distribute the losses. But then the new emphasis of the paper is on the state, how to rebuild the state, given that's from a very low base. And here we end up kind of recommending a donor strategy that is a bit different from what exists today, which is one that operates on two legs. The donor strategy in Lebanon is interesting. It's kind of, it's conditional. It's a big push, the promise of a big push, conditional on big changes. And I think many Lebanese support that at this stage. But we're proposing to complement that with another leg, which is to ensure basic services so that the place doesn't collapse. I mean, now a whole generation of kids cannot even go to school because teachers are paid $10 a month. And so to have that, and we try to defend this by saying, you know, it's not going to create a moral hazard. A population that's in better shape can actually mount a better opposition and the like. So this is a kind of controversial part of the proposal. And so basically to reduce the state deficit and gives a bit more space for the state to rebuild its fiscal power. For half an hour.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hello, check, hi. Check, bike.
Hello, hello, everybody. Would you please take a seat? Dr. Taviris. Doctor, do you have a presentation or something to present? You can start. Where is Dr. Ibrahim? Online? Okay, shall we let him come in? Okay. Okay. He will start, Dr. Ibrahim, and then Dr. Sanatus. He's online now. Where is the audience? Ah, true. Doctor, okay. Are both Dr. Ibrahim and Dr. Safiris presenting the same paper? Ah, okay. So Dr. Safiris, we'll start with Dr. Ibrahim and then you come. Okay, so you will start? Okay. Are we on Zoom? Would you please ask him and then we can start? Can we ask him if he wants to? So you'll be speaking, Dr. Janatus. Okay? Okay. Yes, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, would you please, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be with you today in the third session after dinner, so you must be a bit tired, but the topics that we're going to discuss will revive you. Now, we have with us today one presentation and two lead commentators. The speakers of the presentation are Dr. Ibrahim Saif and Dr. Zafiris Janatus. Dr. Ibrahim is online. I'm not sure whether he'll be contributing or not, but we have Dr. Zafiris with us today. Let me introduce Dr. Zafiris and Dr. Ibrahim Saif. Dr. Zafiris, Senior Fellow, Jordan Strategy Forum. He is an economist based in Jordan, currently Senior Fellow at the Jordan Strategy Forum and the Lebanese Center for Policy Studies in Lebanon, where he was previously Professor and Chair of Economics Department at the American University of Beirut. He has been a Senior Advisor for the Arab States at the ILO office in Beirut. And before that, an advisor to the Managing Director at the World Bank, as well as manager for the MENA region. His current research is on the Middle East and the Euro crisis. This is Dr. Zafiris Janatus. We have to introduce also Dr. Ibrahim Saif, who is a co-author of the same paper. Dr. Ibrahim is the CEO of Jordan Strategy Forum. Previously, he served as the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources from March 2015 to June 2017, and the Minister of Planning and International Cooperation from March 2013 till March 2015. Prior to his appointment as minister, Dr. Saif was senior scholar at the Carnegie Middle East Center and served as a consultant to the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and other international organizations. Dr. Saif was also a former director of the Center for Strategic Studies at the University of Jordan and served as the Secretary General of the Economic and Social Council in Jordan. He has taught at both the University of London and Yale University, where he led courses on the economies of the Middle East. Now, I will give the floor to Dr. Saviris Janatus to present their paper. So please go ahead, Dr. Janatus.
Professor Magdi, and I know it's the worst time to speak after lunch, and also it's not a good time to speak after the IMF. Our colleagues from the IMF said it all. So I will go off script also because Dr. Ibrahim said he may not join or he may join late. So as I said, I will go off script. And the first thing I want to say is, what am I doing here? I was wondering, but I was inspired by Raja, who said, let me tell you where I come from. I come from the World Bank, and of course, this is IMF, but I'm in good company here with Ibrahim Badawi, he's not here, and Mustafa and Ishaq and Hafiz and Kevin from the US. I think Kevin must be online. Apologies for being plugged for an hour now before we started. Yeah. Okay. So a couple of things that I was inspired from the previous presentations. One is I come from Greece, right? So I'm very proud the word kleptocracy comes from the Greeks. The word odious debt also was first coined about 300 years before Common Era. And it was mentioned by Noam Chomsky after the Greek crisis. And he said, no, you should not pay. The problem with Noam was that when the dictatorship fell in Greece, the debt was 18%. And within 20 years, it went to 180%. And this takes us back to Adnan, how you define it, how you measure it, which part is odious, and then what to do without it. I can now start saying something about this presentation or the paper we have, which is assessing the sustainability of Jordan's public debt. We presented it in a workshop in Jordan, and one reviewer said, you say it all except one sentence, that it's not sustainable. But we heard already how we present these papers, not because of the Sudanese colleagues who expect to become ministers in the next one, but you write it in a way that you should read it between the lines. So here we take the cue from the IMF, which says, yes, it is, but. So exactly this is our line. And also it was mentioned by the IMF colleagues that when you do stabilization, you are interested in the next 2, 3, 4 years. And in fact, the IMF was interested until 2025. This has slipped into 2027 now already, although the program started in 2019. So there is no single answer. Is it sustainable? In what sense and over what period? So we play around with this concept and we put it aside. Why? Because the mechanics of fiscal accounting or stabilization are known. We are not going to match what the IMF has done and has a very elaborate model now that includes also the impact of climate adaptation. These are things that I don't think any academic department and any researcher has access to and cannot compete with the IMF. So there are numbers of numbers with assumptions and other assumptions, and the question is hanging, the answer is hanging in the air. What we have done is we argue that the way to reduce the debt to GDP ratio is through growth. Where will this growth come from? From the private sector. And what is at the end, the objective of this growth is the social impact. So we play around with what is needed or why the private sector is growing. What is the impact on the social sectors? And in Jordan and other Arab countries, we know the greatest opposition to reform is the social impact. And we have a series of cases, not only Jordan, where the reforms stall after they are agreed because of political economic considerations. And it was mentioned here, the political dimension. And what we have in the paper is we raise a question. We want private sector growth. What is the key element there? It's economic contestability. And we raise the question, can you have economic contestability without political contestability? And there are a few papers on that, recent and older ones, or the recent ones recycle ideas. But this is an issue we raise, but again, we do not answer. So I will take you just through a few mechanics we have there. And the outline of the paper is this. I will not go through this given the time pressure. And we have a brief historical review like the other papers did, not as good as those ones for Sudan and Lebanon. Then we said, we examine what are the price sector dynamics and social sector dynamics, what's happening in the social sectors. And then we go what needs to be done, which is known, and what we propose. And then we conclude, can it be done and will debt sustainability be assured? Yes, but this is the IMF language, right? So we have demanding reform agenda, 400 initiatives have been agreed as conditionalities or as being volunteered by the government. Few have been implemented. And then will the external funding continue? And that was mentioned again today. Raja, I think, mentioned it, that support from donors, bilaterals, has gone down from 8% to 2%. And of course, there are other crises coming, and the geopolitical interest can shift away from Jordan to support some other countries in the region. So that is the paper. Now, let me just take you through the dynamics, and the implications are very clear. We have here, if you can see, if I can see it, yeah, 1976. Why did we pick up that? Because that's the beginning of the oil boom. And already it was mentioned that neighboring countries have benefited, neighboring Arab countries to the GCC have benefited after the oil boom from support from the Arab brothers in the GCC. And you can see things went up until 1982, when it was the oil price bust. Then Jordan went down. What happened? Then Jordan went down. Jordan went down from 3,500 to 213. The IMF comes in. There is a serious devaluation from 3.5 to 1.4 or something like that. Then the Palestinian returnees come. They brought capital and everything. And the 1990s, Jordan had 4 IMF programs. It was shown that earlier today. And then we have a tremendous boom between 2000 and 2010, and the per capita GDP fully recovered. And then what happened? Then we had the global financial crisis, the Arab Spring, the Syrian refugees, ISIS, and the disruption of trade routes through Syria. They had with a saga with Egyptian gas supply. We had COVID. We have war in Ukraine. So there is a lot to be blamed there. However, as the World Bank says, a lot of this boom was from the Iraqi refugees and the FDI they brought. If you speak to the locals, it was money laundering and a lot of investment in construction and other activities. So effectively, one can say that yes, the Syrians can be blamed here, the refugees, but where Jordan is today could have been in 2002, since 2003 was Saddam overthrown and the Iraqis start coming in. Now, something that has been missed in this discourse is this. When the debt declined by 1/3, it was because the debt increase, the amount of borrowing was 2/3 of the increase. Jordan kept borrowing relentlessly from 6 billion to 12 billion throughout the 2000s. So they didn't fix the roof when the sun was out. And this raises the question, are we dealing with different political situation today that will address the issue that did not address then? And if it addresses them, what will be the impact of austerity? So we're talking about a very fine balance between austerity now and the impact on the social sectors. The bottom line is unemployment. And we take it as an indication of social conditions, and also because through unemployment, you link the fiscal with the private sector. As you can see, unemployment didn't budge at all these years. It was 20% then, 20% in 2020. Now it's 24 or 25. It's the COVID, it's the war in Russia and all these excuses or real events. Fine. But if you read anything, including the letter of intent from the Minister of Finance just weeks ago to the IMF, he says, we have a problem with youth and women's unemployment. And it is everywhere in the Middle East. We love this kind of phrase. Why? Because the youth do not have skills. Blame the education. This is public sector, right? These are teachers, unionized teachers. And of course, in all countries, there are no skills. Why? Because the skills come after technology is introduced, and that technology is used by production. But in Jordan, you have labor intensive, low value added, and low wage employment. You don't have skills. The biggest exporter of commodity of Jordan is its educated workers. There are about 600,000 in the world and 1.2 million in the private sector in Jordan. So it doesn't bode there that lack of skills. Yes, lack of local skills, but the country produces skills that does not retain them. Then you have the gender issue. Of course, it is these Muslims that they treat their women so badly. Let's focus on the last. So we're looking at the bottom line. These are two lines here. The blue line is the increase in male unemployment rate. The bottom line is the increase in the female unemployment rate. So, is it a gender issue? No, it's a structural issue. Why is that? Back to where we started, the lack of dynamism in the private sector. In fact, in Jordan, there are twice as many unemployed men as unemployed women. You will not make a dent in unemployment if the number of unemployed men is more than twice as unemployed women. The difference is smaller between the young people and adults because we're dealing with a country with high fertility and a population pyramid, which is really, really flat. So already we're dealing with one issue. We try to find out what are the problems and the dynamics of the economy and the situation in the social sector. So today, Jordan is where it was in 2002 in per capita income, where it was in 1977. So there hasn't been much change that people can see in their everyday life. Unemployment is as high as it has ever been, and it's becoming more a male and adult issue. And this creates, this then feeds back to the private sector. So a few things, one slide on the private sector, everything goes down. The first one is TFP and labor productivity over the years. The second thing is economic complexity. And we know, and it's very abundant evidence for that, that over the last 20 years, economic complexity has declined in Jordan, which means the economy is moving to low productivity, low value added, low wages economy. That's why they don't have skills, right? Because the skills emigrate. More important is the red line, which shows the rank of the country. And in a globalized world, what matters is not the level, the blue line. It matters how fast you move relatively to others. And in a country that has a pegged exchange rate for 30 years, and exports are twice as many as imports for all these years, there are very interesting stories that one can say, and the Lebanese case, I think, can be used as an example. So everything goes down in the private sector. And what is the effect of overspending by the government is that capital formation from the government has gone down, has collapsed actually in the last few years. And given the economic situation overall, capital formation has been cut by half, while FDI is practically zero. So yes, you have to do all these reforms in the private sector, but you start from a very low base. How many FDI will come so quickly unless you have institutional reforms that are convincing and they will not be reversed? And the other institutional factors, one is the Economic Freedom Index since 2019. The other is the rule of law. So everything seems to be going against the expectation that the private sector can play an important role in increasing the denominator of the debt to GDP ratio. So effectively, I'm trying to cut it short. This is the last slide. I think maybe I have another one. So the line we take, that's our premise, that the debt to GDP ratio is increasing by the denominator, that is private sector growth. If it increases by the government, then it adds to the debt. To increase the numerator, of course, requires taxes, and they have started collecting more taxes, but from my own country, Greece, which is an excellent example in this respect. Once you introduce taxes, you catch people by surprise in year one. By year two, they learn how to go under the table and evade. Bulgaria is booming now from Greek companies that emigrated there and operate from there. Little space for cutting operational spending. The government spends only 4% of its budget on investment. So the rest is pensions and wages and the like. It was mentioned at some point that the debt to GDP ratio is 90%. This is partly because of creative accounting. In Greece, we were experts. We cheated with the Europeans until they sent their forensics and they found that the deficit in debt, it's much higher than we were saying. So the 90% that is quoted for Jordan is more than 110%. Why? Because they exclude the Social Security Corporation's funding, although there are studies that in 20 years, the whole thing will explode. So as the IMF says, till 2027, yes, the debt is sustainable, although they have a lot of questions. But even if that is the case, after that, we're having headwinds. What needs to be done is known by the government and everybody. Government has repeated visions, strategies, plans, policies, programs, projects that are rarely implemented, or they start with a lot of studies and committees, but at the end, the progress is very slow. I don't want to be negative. Something is happening, but not at the envisaged rate and time span. So we know what it is from domestic documents and from the IMF and the World Bank and all the billions that they are giving. Somehow I have a feeling that Jordan gets more support from IMF and the World Bank than Egypt, but I will leave it to others, this part. Now, why it has not been done? I mean, that's what we call debt snowballing is one strategy, and it is advisable. Yes, I mean, push it a little bit, deal with the immediate ones, and then leave the others for later. And it was mentioned today that recent debt has more favorable interest rates than the arrears. And in fact, Jordan had Eurobonds about a month or two ago, and it was touted that we got it at a very good rate. It's true. It was at a lower rate than the arrears, and lower rate even than other countries are currently borrowing. But guess what? The interest rate is still double the rate of economic growth. I think Isaac mentioned that, that if the interest you have to pay is faster than your economic growth, every year you lose the difference in terms of debt obligations. And something else that has happened is that the debt is becoming increasingly external. And despite these favorable conditions on external debt, it is increasing pretty fast. I will not say exponentially. So what should be done? I mean, refrain from increasing expenditures more, switch expenditures towards the poor, and the big hole there is the pension. People retire at the age of 40 and 50. There have been many pension reforms, including from our former colleague and former Prime Minister, Omar Razaz. And then what? It was reversed. And just in September, the Jordanians introduced a term that I cannot describe. Usually when you do reforms, you use the term grandfathering. That is, those in the system, you let them go out. So they introduced a pension reform in 2003, and the first retirees started coming in 2023. And guess what they said? For the name of equity, these retirees now have to have the same pension as their already existing retirees, a grandfather, assuming they have the same conditions. They are on the same rank in the army, or they have the same time they have spent there. So we're dealing with a situation where you agree on something and then you have policy reversals. Policy delays, you can understand, the war in Ukraine or other things. So pensions is a big elephant in the room. NEPCO is a big hole. My co-author Ibrahim was Minister of Energy. I don't know whether he's in line and he wants to say something. You know the situation of water and how complex it is also with Israel there. And also you have climate adaptation, which is coming to Jordan like a snowball. I think I finished. So let me go back to the question that the reviewer asked in Jordan when we have the workshop. Will the debt be sustainable? Yes. Yes, that's what you read. And then you start pages of unless, until, but. So what's promising? Let's finish in a promising kind of line. Hundreds of reforms already agreed, okay, since 2019, more than 400 actually. But will this time be different? And will the reforms be implemented without delays and reversals? And how long does it take to turn around the private sector, to get trust and start getting foreign direct investment? Plus the hanging issue of the exchange rate. I remember 1992, first time I went to Jordan and I got my briefing book on, we were then examining the impact of the IMF adjustment on the social sectors, especially when 500,000 returnees came from Kuwait. Then Jordan had 4 million people, 500,000 came, more than 10%. Now there are 4 million in Amman, 11 million in the country. This says something about the water also. So the issue here is how to turn the whole tanker around. It's not a speedboat. The positive, another positive thing is that the debt dynamics relatively improved. This is what I said. Jordan now is borrowing at a lower rate than its existing obligations in the past, as I say there. And finally, in the longer run, the issue remains. Will there be social resistance to reforms? And per capita incomes have declined to not in one generation, 10 years. So people remember how they were 10 years and say, what happened to us? Purchasing power has collapsed by 1/3. So, okay, you are keeping the Jordanian dinar pegged, but the purchasing power in Jordan, what they can buy, these people, the Jordanians now, has been crushed also. So some austerity is inevitable, but inflation will put a heavy distribution effect, especially, we know that IMF and World Bank find that the impact, the distributional impact is very high on the less fortunate from an increase in inflation. Wages don't keep up. In fact, the government postponed by 2 years any consideration of increasing the minimum wage. So we're already in 2025 while inflation is going up. Granted, not as much as elsewhere, but it will have an impact. Now, another question mark is, will the private sector rebound, and will it rebound quickly? And in what sector? And what will be the impact on unemployment there? And finally, we assume, as the IMF, there will be no unpredictable events in place. And we hope external funding will continue unabated as it has been in the past. How am I doing?
You took the 2 times, yours and Dr. Ibrahim.
Correct, yeah. But Dr. Ibrahim, are you online? Rightly so.
Hello, fine.
I am online, Zaviris, but I'm enjoying listening as well. So, I will not make an intervention. Just one thing that the competing objectives of long versus short term has also impeded any serious reform in terms of subsidies, because you mentioned the issue of subsidies, whether it's bread subsidies, electricity, or any other form of subsidies. It's really the core of which is politically and socially driven. But it's very clear that there is a distortion there and there is a heavy burden there. Yet no government is daring to take the necessary surgical measures, because they compare the short-term versus long-term gains politically that they might get out of such action. Otherwise, we discuss most of the things together. So I agree, and I appreciate your taking the role of presenting this on behalf of both. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim.
Thank you. And what did I wanted to say? Yes, the questions will be for you, I think, because you can answer the things I didn't mention explicitly, including for the energy sector and the political economy of reforms that we have in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zaviris. Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. You were on time, both of you. Well, now I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Mustafa Nabli to be commenting on the paper. Let me first introduce Dr. Nabli, who's known to every one of us. Both papers? Second, you'll be commenting after Morocco? Okay, fine. Okay, so it's the paper on Morocco. Dr. Abdelaziz, let me introduce you first, Dr. Abdelaziz. Thank you very much. Dr. Abdelaziz Ali will be presenting the paper on the case of Morocco. Dr. Abdelaziz is the principal economist and head of the research department, Policy Center for the New South. He is a principal economist and head of research at the Policy Center for New South. He joined the center in 2014 after 5 years of experience at the Central Bank of Morocco. He worked as an economist in the International Studies and Relations Department and was analyzing the real estate price index, financial asset prices for monetary policy and financial stability purposes. Since then, Dr. Abdelaziz has focused on cyclical and structural issues of the Moroccan economy, including macroeconomic management and industrial policy design. He has published articles on the reform of the exchange rate regime in the Moroccan economy and its implications for the macroeconomic regulations, as well as the evolution of the macroeconomic framework over the last 2 decades. I will invite you to speak, please, Dr. Abdelaziz. Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. And thanks, first of all, to our colleagues from the ARF and the FDL for including the Policy Center in this study. So this is a co-authored study by our colleagues on the Policy Center for the New South under the surveillance of a committee led by our president, Mr. Lainawi, and our dear Professor Mr. Abdelkhalq Touhami and Professor Dorothée Bokenfosu. So this is the outline. So in the first part, I will try to lay down the main characteristics of the Moroccan economy that matters for the study of the debt sustainability. And here I will follow exactly the same pattern as our colleagues in the other cases. I will try to explain the different legacies of the past shocks that have affected the Moroccan economy, to what extent it has altered the orientation of the fiscal policy. And then I will talk specifically on the different challenges coming out of 2022 and 2023, also from a debt sustainability perspective. I will try to present briefly the model and how it frames all these dynamics. Then we will talk about some scenarios and simulation that has been run through the same model, and we'll talk about the different extension that we are doing right now, and we'll conclude with some policy recommendation. Although the model does not allow at this stage to draw any major recommendation, but what we'll try to share the different reforms, the different debate that is taking place here in Morocco. So we'll start with the most important factor that matters for debt sustainability, which is in fact growth. So the debt accumulations matters actually if it fuel economic growth. And here, in the case of Morocco, if you see in the last 2 decades, growth has actually lost momentum in general. So we've moved from an average of 4.5% during the first decade to something close to 3%, and this is a permanent loss of economic activity. So potential growth has lost something close to 1.5%. There are different factors explaining this trend. First of one is the global financial crisis. This has affected the Moroccan economy, but it took some time in order to affect economic activity and affect the different behaviors of economic agents. We have also what's going on in the European market, as Morocco is well anchored to the European market, and given that Europe is also slowing, this also has affected the Moroccan economy, and this poses different challenges for Morocco from a different perspective, for the debt perspective, because it lowered the tax base, and also it pushes the authorities in order to increase their spending in order to support the economic activity. And from social perspective, although it's not tackled within this presentation, from a social perspective, a loss of 1.5 percentage growth means a loss of something close to 30,000 job losses every year. So permanently, the Moroccan economy is not creating 30,000 jobs, which is a major challenge from a political, social, economic viewpoint in the case of Morocco. Here I presented the non-agriculture GDP because the difference matters for the case of Morocco. Regarding the agriculture output, we moved from a sustained growth in the agriculture sector due to different factors, favorable climate conditions, a very ambitious program called the Plan Maroc Vert, or the Green Agriculture Plan, that have pushed capital deepening in the agriculture sector and allow increases in productivity. But since 2015, agriculture sector is recording almost no growth. Although the agriculture is exonerated, so it's not contributing to the tax base, but given its indirect effects on the manufacturing sector, on services sector, and also the revenues it generates for a large share of the population in the rural areas, no growth in the agriculture sector has a considerable implication for the economic activity in general, and also for the debt sustainability. So since 2015, Morocco has went through very difficult rainfall conditions. So the climate shocks were extreme. For example, in the last year, we witnessed one of the most severe drought in the last 40 years. This is the case of all northern African countries and southern Europe. So the drought was extreme, and we see it in terms of the performance of the sector, as it has recorded, for example, last year, a contraction of economic activity close to 18%. So growth, no growth in the agriculture sector, plus the fact that the non-agriculture sector has lost its momentum. So this represents a major risk and a challenge for the fiscal authorities. Regarding the financial conditions, this is also matters in terms of the leeway and the room that can open for authorities in order to fund their different programs. The central bank in Morocco is actually having a framework that is close to inflation targeters, although our anchor is still the exchange regime, but we are moving toward more flexible exchange regime. So within an inflation that is close to 1%, and by the way, Morocco is one of the striking stylized facts of the Moroccan economy, that actually we don't know what does it mean inflation in the case of Morocco. And this, I will talk about this later, how it represents a risk given this context. So growth was around 1%, and this is why the central bank, with its mandate of price stability, has the capacity and ability to lower its policy rates toward an historical low level close to 2%. So this has supported also indirectly the capacity of the fiscal authorities to get funded at the domestic market, given that domestic debt, and I will talk about it later, represent the largest share in terms of the debt. And we have one of the most developed T-bills market in the case of Morocco compared to other financial compartments. For the external imbalances, Morocco is a typical case actually of the twin deficit. This is the case during the last decade, but things actually have changed with the COVID crisis, as the nature of the crisis has altered the economic activity in Morocco, and it is composed of a supply and demand shock. So we're expecting actually to see the current account to deteriorate in 2020. Actually, the IMF and the World Bank was expecting the deficit to be close to 10%, but we ended with something close to 1% of GDP. This is explained by the large amount of remittances, but mostly to the adjustment of imports. We were not expecting imports to adjust during this context, but the contraction of economic activity, one of the most important in the region, as we've seen growth have shrinked by something close to 7%, has affected imports, plus the terms of trade shock has lowered the pressure over the current account, and now it's around 1%, given the shock or the deferrable shock on terms of trade, especially oil products. The current account is at a sustainable level, funded mainly through the FDIs. Morocco draws in average something close to 2% FDI, and it's stable in the long run. So this does not pose any risks for authority. From this perspective, you will see that international reserves is above this threshold of 3 amounts. So the authorities have the capacity to protect the peg and allow a smooth adjustment toward a much more flexible exchange rate. Regarding the fiscal dimension, and here is one of the specificity for the Moroccan, is that the shock of the global financial crisis, we were not actually able to absorb it. It takes almost a decade for the Moroccan economy, for 2008 to 2018, to stabilize the debts. And 2019 was the first year when we were starting the deleveraging process, but then came the COVID crisis that had pushed the fiscal toward a higher level. Here I'm representing the public debts in general, considering the debt of the state-owned enterprise that actually matters also for the case of Morocco. So The COVID came at a time where we were initiating the diverging process, but then we moved towards a new plateau. So all this have represented major risks. And then 2022 came with the inflation. You see that we moved from an inflation on an average of 1% to something close to 10%. And I think one of the disadvantages of having such a low inflation is that we don't know how to deal once inflation is around 10%. We don't know how to deal with it. We've seen that public procurements for the case of Morocco have been disturbed, given that the contracts did not include any hedging dimension. So this has affected the contracts, and the labor market also was affected, as we were thinking that inflation will stay at this level. An increasing share of inflation right now is mostly food, which affects disproportionately the poor and vulnerable. But from a debt sustainability perspective, inflation actually, at least in the short term, is a good news for budget equilibriums. The focus in Morocco was on the impact on the spending, on the compensation fund, but inflation has also lowered the pressure over the fiscal authorities by, for sure, lowering the cost of borrowing, despite the tightening of financial conditions, either domestically, internationally. In real terms, it's still in the negative zone. Inflation has, in fact, or the price pressures have, in fact, inflated revenues much more than expected. We were expecting to end the year by a fiscal deficit of close to 6%, but we realized something close to 5%. So 1 percentage points gain due mainly to inflation, and of course, this mechanic effect over debt to GDP. The negative side of it is actually the pressure over nominal yields. And this happened just before the monetary policy tightening. Economic agents in T-bills market were requiring a higher returns given the inflation. So we've seen a move of the yield curve toward an upper level, plus the fact that the central bank has reacted through 3 consecutive raises of policy rate by 1.5 percentage points. So inflation in general has a mitigated impact, but in globally, the positive side of it take it. Another challenge in this year is the slow adjustment. Morocco has been known by a rigorous macro policy, if I may say. If we compare the adjustments between Morocco and other emerging economies, generally in the period, the duration of budgetary adjustments, we reduce our deficit by 4.6 in average, which is higher than the emerging or the low-income economies. Right now, the adjustment given the 3-year budgetary program is lower than is below the 2%, which means that we might be prone to accumulate debt and reduce this adjustment, this rapid adjustment that we've seen in history. Regarding the model, and here I will go 1 minute.
Why don't you get to the results?
Okay, so regarding the simulation, we have considered different shocks on inflation, real GDP growth, interest rates, and this is what the model is presenting us, is that generally, except for the pessimistic scenarios, the adjustment of debt will be at around 75% of GDP. In the most pessimistic scenario, where the toll of the COVID crisis will affect the supply capacities, in this case, that we will see debt increasing at an exponential rate. The interest rates also will go, or the weight of interest rates payment will go beyond 3%, but will adjust in the next year. So to conclude, should we worry about this debt evolution? I think yes. The context is very difficult. There are some implications of the COVID, of the recent development at the international level, that still we don't understand how it will affect in the long term the economy. But at the same time, there are signals actually that Morocco can withstand this context and this turmoil. The first one is a different I would say positive perceptions by international investors, and in this case the IMF. Morocco has actually a close relation with the IMF. We are, I think, one of the 2 countries that have been eligible to what we call the precautionary line of liquidity, and Morocco have been able to draw from it. And in order to be eligible to this kind of liquidity line, we have to satisfy certain macroeconomic conditions. Now, more lately, Morocco have been able to access to what we call the flexible credit line arrangement of Morocco that allow the IMF to give a kind of policy insurance that Morocco is globally, from a macro perspective, is stable. The second thing is the perception of Morocco for the international investors. You see that the premium, Morocco has always been able to keep a premium below what emerging markets are paying. And Morocco, I think, with Jordan, were the only countries in the region were able to get access to the international markets in this year. So the challenge is there, but there are some positive signals within this bad news. 1 minute, and I will finish. Regarding the different extensions that we're working on, the first one is to endogenize economic growth, and here we will follow the same path as our colleagues from Sudanese. We'll try to customize the model in order to include some specificities of the Moroccan case, like the participation, the woman participation, or the different impacts of the investment in Morocco, especially the public investment. So those are dimensions that we are working on. Unfortunately, we're not able to present them. We're still trying to fine-tune the model. We're also trying to endogenize this arbitrage between domestic and external funding, and also the fiscal revenues. This is one thing that we're trying to include given the recent debate. Regarding the policy recommendation, and I will finish, there are different reforms on the agenda in Morocco. The first one is related to the fiscal one. As in Morocco, we have one of the highest tax burden, I would say, in the region. If we just compare it with an economy like Jordan, we are 7 percentage points higher. So there is a clear debate about equity in the tax system, as there are some sectors that do not pay their taxes. So the reform launched years ago is regarding much more equity, much more extension of the tax base. The second one is related to much more fiscal rules. As you know, monetary policy is well framed under very direct and very transparent and accountable rules, while it's not so the case for fiscal rules. This is the case not only of Morocco, but different emerging markets. So we're trying to put in place fiscal rules that will give much more transparent to economic agents, but at the same time we'll have to find this equilibrium between setting a fiscal rule that will allow much more visibility to economic agents, but also avoid
You took
yeah.
much more than your time. Thank you.
So that's
And
it.
maybe you'll have a chance during the discussion.
I
to-
finished. I
Yeah,
finished.
Thank you. Now, I will give the floor to Dr. Mustafa Nabli. Is Dr. Kevin here with us today or online?
Online. I'm
Dr.
online.
Kevin? You are online. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Nabli, I guess Dr. Nabli does not need any introduction, but I'll do that. Dr. Mustafa Nabli is the former governor of the Central Bank of Tunisia and former Minister of Planning and Economic Development of Tunisia. He has also served as the chief economist for the Middle East and North Africa at the World Bank. He is an ERF senior associate. Please go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Abla. Dr. Mehdi, sorry. I was not assigned one paper to comment, so I read both papers and I'm commenting both papers. So I didn't know that I was supposed
10
to be.
minutes, Dr. Nabli.
Yes, exactly. So so I had to read the two papers and I had to try to figure out what to say about these two papers. The first thing that I would like to say that I try to figure out, okay, these two countries are in this session together. Is it by chance that they're
I don't
together?
know. You have to ask Dr. Badawi.
No, I'm answering the question. I'm asking, I'm answering. And so, and I said, it's not by chance, actually. The two countries have many characteristics in common. And let me tell you 2 or 3 of them. Both countries are kingdoms. Out of the 6 countries, they're the only ones who are kingdoms. They're royal families. So they have long-term political stability, contrary to all the other countries. Second characteristic, both countries have been experiencing deteriorating growth over the last decade or 2. Third, both countries have pursued a peg, more or less hard peg of the currency, which together with Lebanon are the major countries in the region who have been following peg. We know about Lebanon. So the question is this peg going to be having the same impact that it has in Lebanon over the recent past? So there are many things that are similar in these countries, and therefore the issues that they pose are very similar in many ways. But of course, there are many differences. I don't want one of them that has come out from the presentation on fiscal policy. Morocco seems to be in general more rigorous fiscal policy than Jordan. Jordan tends to have a more lax fiscal policy. It's less disciplined in terms of policy on the fiscal side. And so on. So the upshot of this is that really we have 2 countries that are very interesting for the overall total, because dealing with the question of sustainability of debt in this context is very interesting and very difficult, as you have seen. So given that, I asked myself, okay, this project asks 2 questions. The first one, can we say for that country at this given point in time that debt is sustainable or not? Is there an answer to that question? And second, what is the prospect for using the growth lever to solve debt sustainability problems? And here I would like to say what I draw from this discussion from these papers in terms of these 2 questions. The question of debt sustainability. As you have seen, for Jordan, they did not do any debt sustainability analysis themselves. The authors, they depended on the IMF results. And you have seen that in Morocco, there has been some work to work out some debt sustainability scenarios and so on. But from both results, the broad conclusion that you get, yes, we can say that both countries have sustainability, but maybe not. So which is stronger? Is it yes or the but? I don't know. Because when you read the Jordan discussion, yes, if the debt is does not include the assets of the social security corporations, if you don't count the donors and and so on, yes, it's sustainable. But if not, maybe not. So we end up we really don't know. The question of sustainability remains open, at least in the case of Jordan, and in the case of Morocco, maybe not as risky as in Jordan, but still there are issues of that sustainability, because the scenarios that are considered in Morocco are very, very narrow range scenarios. The shocks that are considered are very, very small compared to the possible potential size of the shocks. If you have a shock of 1% lower GDP growth, you become unsustainable. How about if it's higher then? What happens? And the shock, I mean, even the first graph of Morocco, the growth rate has declined from 4.5 to 1.5 already. In the past, we have seen it happen. So a shock of 1.5 or 2% is not unheard of. It's something that happens. Therefore, I think in the Moroccan case, while the risks are lower, are less significant than in Jordan, but I think they are present and they should be recognized more readily than they are in the paper, in my view. And the scenarios should reflect that. This leads me to the second question about the growth, potential growth, because as everybody said, and the IMF and everybody, okay, if you can grow out of the debt stress, that's the better solution for everybody, right? So the question is that possibility, is that lever available to us in Jordan and Morocco today? And when you read the papers, broadly speaking, the answer is no. The answer is no. The Jordan paper goes at long length trying to explain how the private sector has deteriorated over time, over the last 2 decades. And how can you expect a private sector that has, and Zafirius just told us the details of that. How do you expect this to be used as a lever to grow now, today, and respond to the needs of this, fiscal adjustment or the debt sustainability of the country? It's very difficult to imagine. I mean, you really, and you have seen the story of the reforms of the private sector. It's dismal. It's a story of repeated failures to do anything or to make progress. And the reforms, they're counted by the hundreds of reforms. When you start counting by the hundreds of reforms, to me, they're failed already. You cannot, reforms by the hundred are not reforms to my mind, because it means that you are not really focusing on the substantial, the most important issues. For instance, the PEG. Are you dealing with the PEG or not? Neither the Jordan paper nor the Morocco paper deals with the PEG issue. Is it an important lever to use to stimulate growth, competitiveness, and therefore private sector development? This issue is important. It has not been, it's not being put on the table. Are there other instruments? Probably yes, but I don't know which ones are the most important ones. But what I know is that I think in the initial phases of the project, we thought about, okay, what would be the package of reforms that countries are advised to pursue to shift growth, which means that we should have a scenario with an upside scenario compared to the baseline continuation of the current trends, where you have growth which is much higher. Okay, in Morocco, from 5%, say. From Jordan, from 2.5 or 3 to 5% or 4% or 4, whatever it is. Then you work out what is needed to achieve that. What would the package of reforms be that the country should pursue to have that? So the upside scenario, but at least the non-existence of the upside scenarios tell me something, actually. The non-existence of the upside scenario tells me that the authors don't believe that it's possible. Actually, they don't believe it is possible. They think that the countries are stuck in the low growth and they continue, and possibly even lower growth because they have the downside scenarios, but they don't have the upside scenario. So the fact that they're not pursuing that route is really telling, which is fine for me, but at least it should be discussed by the papers and should be put on the table. There are many other things that I can do, but I will stop here. That's enough. That's it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nabil. You raised a very important point, actually, a lot of important points, but one of them is not considering a high growth scenario. Why not? Yeah, I mean, are we so pessimistic to that extent that we do not take that into consideration and work on it? Well, we have with us today Dr. Kevin Carey, who will be commenting on the two papers as well. Let me please present him. Dr. Kevin Carey, Climate Economics Program Manager at the World Bank's Equitable Growth Finance and Institutions Practice Group. Prior to this role, he was an advisor on global and regional macroeconomic issues, covering debt sustainability globally and macroeconomic challenges of the various countries in the Middle East and North Africa. Previously, he was a practice manager for macroeconomics in the MENA region. In these roles, he managed strategic financing operations such as in Egypt, Tunisia, Jordan, Palestinian territories, diagnostic studies and reports across the region, technical assistance to the GCC countries, monitoring of macroeconomic conditions and coordination with the World Bank regional management and IMF. It's a very long summary, and I would like to invite Dr. Kevin Carey to give us his comment on the two papers. Please go ahead, Doctor.
Thanks very much, and I'll try to stick to 5 minutes. Just 3 sets of comments on the two papers, and it goes without saying I'd rather be there in Egypt with the colleagues. I'm sure the coffee breaks will be interesting. A lot of what I'll say will overlap with what Mustafa said. So the first thing to remark was, I think from both papers you see the lingering effects of the so-called Arab Spring. Both of these countries, the middle-income monarchies, used public debt to absorb the social tensions at that time through continuation or even increase of subsidies and pay increases. As Abdulaziz mentioned, Morocco was probably just getting around to trying to reverse some of that increase in 2019 when the next shock came. But the consequence of that higher public debt and the higher debt service associated with it was that there was a squeeze on other types of spending, and in particular, public investment, I think, got squeezed in both countries. In Jordan, the effect was more severe, and that's because the shock, the interruption in the gas supply from Egypt, this was a much more severe shock than anything that Morocco experienced. That could not be smoothed quickly. But the other thing I think hitting Jordan harder than Morocco was the fall in rents or the support from other countries. I think Zafiris mentioned a figure in his paper. It's a really steep decline in the official support to Jordan during the last decade. So both of these things really caused a major squeeze in Jordan in particular. But both countries saw a squeeze in public investment, and for Morocco, as Abdulaziz mentioned it in the main paper, it had been investment that had really driven that more successful growth experience prior to the Arab Spring. The second thing I want to talk about is the exchange rate. Mustafa also mentioned this. First on Morocco, I think Abdulaziz mentioned it briefly at the end. But this upgrade that Morocco has from the precautionary and liquidity line, the PLL, to the flexible credit line, this is a major upgrade. If you look at the terminology for those two programs, you need sound macro policies for the precautionary and liquidity line, very strong macro policies for the flexible credit line. I mean, I remember, and I know there are those in the room that will remember, Morocco was the only user of the precautionary and liquidity line for most of the time that was on it. And we would ask, why not shift to the flexible credit line? And the answer that would come was you would need the exchange rate to be more flexible than it was at the time. So that shift in judgment, I think, from sound to very strong, it represents, among other things, an assumption that Morocco will be willing to use the exchange rate as a shock absorber. Abdulaziz has a chart. I maybe didn't have time to show it. The actual exchange rate movement in Morocco is relatively small. There was a band and then a wider band. If you compare to the size of shocks that Morocco has experienced, it's not huge movement. So I think this is something we'll need to watch. Will the exchange rate be allowed to play that shock absorber role? It's certainly the assumption that's embedded in the flexible credit line, which puts Morocco more in the company of Latin American countries with very strong macro like Mexico and Chile. So I think this is a significant change in the landscape. Jordan is a peg, as Mustafa mentioned, and I think if we think about the constraints on the private sector, Zafir's, the paper spends a lot of time on this. I think the overvaluation has to be part of the constraint on the private sector. I mean, anyone who visits Amman, can see the impact on prices. The Dutch disease the type of Dutch disease that Jordan has that shows up in prices. So that part of the story, private sector growth would certainly help with the denominator, but can you get the private sector growth with the peg and with the amount of overvaluation that's associated with that? Finally, in the spirit of the report from last year about the more forward-looking aspect, what's the alternative to an austerity approach for these countries? Definitely, I think climate has to be a big part of that, and within that, I think infrastructure has to be a big part of that. What would be the upside scenario be for Jordan, for example? Now, as the paper, the Jordan paper, they mentioned in the text that the IMF showed, not as part of their main staff report, but in an annex, they showed an adaptation scenario for Jordan, where Jordan spends more on adaptation, and the debt to GDP ratio is 2 percentage points higher, so a slight increase in debt. Now, if you look at that scenario more closely, growth is also higher. Jordan grows faster in that alternative scenario that the IMF presented. And in fact, the result is that if you go out 15 or 20 years, the debt to GDP scenario, the debt to GDP ratio is lower than it would be if those adaptation investments were not made. So what are those adaptation investments? Well, it's not quite said in the IMF annex, but it's essentially the Aqaba to Amman conveyor. Everybody who knows Jordan, water issues in Jordan, and I'm embarrassed to be talking with Dr. Ibrahim listening about this, but essentially in Jordan, you're pumping water uphill to where most of the people live. So the energy costs associated with desalinating on the coast and then pumping the water uphill to Amman are very high. Now, the IMF assumption was that since water is constraining growth in Jordan, if you do these investments, you can increase growth. To be honest, on the bank side, our internal discussion was more water is going to lower growth in the future in Jordan. So by making these investments, you're just keeping growth where it is now. So it's a discussion, is the upside scenario one where we're able to increase growth more than it is now, or where we're able to keep growth just at its current level, but we have to make more investments to do that. Morocco also has a water challenge, but I think more diversified ways of dealing with it. I mean, Jordan does have some rainfall, some dams, it can desalinate. Morocco has more options for dealing with water than Jordan, but these again are going to require investments. And the challenge, I think the social challenge that's going to run into is pricing. We know throughout the region, throughout the MENA region, there is enormous resistance to water pricing. So to deal with the water challenge, you're going to need investments, but then you're going to be straight into what pricing would you be willing to attach to water, and then in the background to energy, what prices would you be willing to attach to energy to deal with that in Jordan in particular, because energy costs will be embedded in the cost of water because of this pumping issue. Now, I think the risk I would see in both countries that the adaptation response to the climate challenge will actually be maladaptation, meaning, adaptation that's actually worsening the long-term problem. So that would mean more drilling, more groundwater drilling, more desalination with all the energy and all the environmental costs associated with that, and energy and water costs that are just ultimately covered by debt because of the concern about pricing. I think the spirit of last year's report was to say, what's something that the elite could be into that could also have broader support with the population. You know, I think we have to think, would the elite choose a good adaptation response or a maladaptation response? If there was a way, instead of the debt snowballing that Zafiris talked about, could we be talking about sort of a climate snowballing or an environmental snowballing, where we're doing these responses to get more water, but they're actually making the long-term problem worse? So how to get that long-term horizon into these climate responses that are badly needed, how to overcome that maladaptation issue, I think, you know, that this is going to be critical. So I think, just to close, two things I think we need to watch. In Jordan, I think we need to watch this issue of the mega projects in water particularly closely, because the fiscal implications of those projects will be large. Dr. Ibrahim will know the previous issues that NEPCO had. I think there's another set of those issues coming with water. I think Morocco, the short-term issue is the exchange rate and its role as a shock absorber. The longer-term issue is water. How will the state-owned enterprises in the water sector in Jordan, will they be allowed to cover their costs? If they can't cover their costs by pricing, what will be the space to cover their costs from other from other sources? So I think this is maybe the forward-looking agenda in both countries. Hopefully a non-austerity agenda, but one that will need a long-term perspective. Let me stop there, and looking forward to the Q&A. Over.
Can you hear me? I just have one comment, and then we'll open the floor for like 10 minutes maximum for discussion. Whenever I read a paper about structural adjustment in our MENA region, and I see it written everywhere that our current problems are due to the shocks, like the COVID pandemic, and recently the Ukraine war. I guess we are overstating the role of those two shocks, especially the Ukraine war. We are understating our structural issues. The structural issues within our countries are much more severe, and the situations that we are going through right now are basically due to those structural imbalances, lack of support to the private sector, lack of, a good institutional setup that would encourage everyone to work, flourish, develop, a policy in the exchange rate and the interest rate that are not clear even to the policymakers themselves. So we do have a lot of structural problems that, if we start to seriously deal with them and quickly deal with them, a shock like the Ukrainian war wouldn't matter that much, and we won't be discussing it that much. I'm not going to talk anymore. I'll open the floor for discussion. Do you have any questions? Yes, please. And then Dr. Samir, and then Dr. Ibrahim.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a quick question for Zafiris. Zafiris, you said that the unemployment problem in Jordan is mainly male unemployment, and that you showed us that female unemployment is very low. But the last time I looked at Jordan's labor market statistics, which was a while back, female labor participation rates were dismally low. It was actually the lowest in the MENA region, around 18%. So is this is it really a problem of male unemployment, or do we also have a problem of women not entering the labor market?
Thank you. Dr. Magdisi. Dr. Samir, please do. Go ahead.
Jordan and Morocco, should we not take the regional context into account? I mean, I guess that Jordan suffers from, the Palestinian issue, suffers from the Syrian instability, from the refugee influx that they have. So, I mean, when we're talking about impact, I think I did not hear anything about regional context of things. I think Morocco, if I'm not mistaken, is more stable. And in North Africa is a more stable region than the volatile Middle East in which we live, and which from both Jordan and Lebanon, of course, suffer a lot. My second point has to do with the question of debt sustainability, and I was wondering. I think Mustafa referred to it, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was asking the question is, how could the same people who were responsible for the growth of debt cope with solving the problem of debt, if I understood you correctly? Mustafa.
Good point. Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. Dr. Ibrahim?
Thank you. I would like to thank the two lead commentators for bringing the issue of the exchange rate, because I really think there is something very idiosyncratic about our region. There are two things: either the constituency who benefit the most from real currency devaluation, correcting overvaluation, and if possible even increasing the competitiveness of the economy. Either they don't really have a voice, like the community of farmers and industrialists and so on. And this is a political economy issue that I think would be quite interesting to analyze in the context of this project. The other thing is the left-wing politics. I experienced this in Sudan, and I'm sure it's around, that they tend to think of exchange rate as a symbol of sovereignty. Right. Even nominal exchange rate as a symbol of sovereignty, which is really not the case. And just I conclude with a very interesting story. My former colleague and friend Klaus Schmidt-Hebel, who is attending the conference, told me that at the central bank, he was a director of research at the central bank, and Chile, which is a very successful country, emerging market country, was pursuing or is still pursuing inflation targeting, which means that you don't tamper with the exchange rate. So during the copper boom, the agro-industrial community could not export. So basically, they forced the government to abandon the inflation target for a while until they ride out the boom. So I think the political economy is equally important here.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. I was asked to end this session. So I'll just leave it to one extra question, because the coffee break will be only 5 minutes. But if you have an extra question, you can ask, or else we can close this session and go to the coffee break.
No answers? No responses?
Okay, do you have a question? Responses? Okay, 2 minutes, huh? And then Dr. Ali will have 2 minutes as well.
Yes, and Dr. Ali can follow. First, thanks the commentators, and I could have spoken less if I knew what they were going to say, because they said it better and they expanded it also. So on the first question, what is the answer that Mustafa asked? I will rephrase it in 2 questions, and I will give very clear answers. Is the debt sustainable? Yes. Should we worry? Yes. So I think this covers the answer.
So this is the first point.
The first point. The second point is, I think I started talking about 1992 when I first went to Jordan, and I didn't complete the sentence because I look at you and you were looking at me. So I cut it short. The point I wanted to mention is when I got my briefing book from Washington and I was going to Jordan, there was a sentence there: the exchange rate is off the table. If you mention it, you are out of what was his name? Then the Minister of Planning, then became governor of the central bank. So the peg has been off the table since that time. And this is a point where Jordan had policy coherence. Everything else has gone up and down, but the peg has been maintained. And there are all the things that were mentioned about what the impact will be on the trade balance, and also on the domestic banks. I mean, the World Bank says again that, yes, they are okay, well capitalized, but, and there is again a laundry list of things there. I think I will just answer the issue of Hafiz and Dr. Makdisi. Yes, it's a low rate, but it's a rate. The unemployment rate of women is 40%, of men is 20%. But if you took the numbers, it is the numbers at the end that will be affected by the volume of investment. Second, as we say in the paper and the international experience, women's labor force participation in Europe, it was 15 and 20% until the conditions became really tight in the labor market after the 30 glorious years, the Trump glorious, whatever they call them. It's only when wages increase and the labor market comes tight and male unemployment goes down that women come into the labor market. So it's one thing dealing with the rates. And of course, there's the cost of underutilization of half of the population. But however, from the development mechanics and dynamics, women do not work, do not come into the labor market until the tides are very, the labor market is very tight. It's under these conditions, it is the very educated women who go and the very poor women who are pushed into the labor market.
Thank you, Dr. Tobias.
Just to Dr. Makdisi, right? Yes, I agree with you. That was a slogan in Greece. Can those who created the crisis solve the crisis? And we'll go back to Plato, who guards the guardians. So let me stop here.
Thank you very much. Dr. Abdelaziz, please go ahead.
I just want to say a word swiftly on the sustainability of that. We do believe that this is still sustainable for a simple reason, is that beyond the econometrics, is that people in charge are talking about, are still having in their mind the structural adjustment plan that we've been through in the 80s and the 90s. So people now in charge, even in the unions, they're talking about the risk that Morocco lose its sovereignty when it comes to macroeconomic policies. So they know that they have to take some decisions in order to restore the economic stability. So the way economic policy is handled in Morocco, I think will allow adjustments at some cases at a very high cost, but the adjustment will be done. Regarding the reform of exchange rates, we started actually the discussion about this reform in the beginning of the 2000s, in the first decade, and then came the financial crisis, so everything forgot about it. And then we started discussing it in 2016 when the central banks having a clear communication about the implication of this reform, how financial agents should be adapted to this new context. And the first step, we took it in 2018 with enlarging the fluctuation of the dirham. And then the second step was taken just at the eve of the COVID crisis. And now we're planning for the third step in the next year. So in Morocco, economic policy, for us, the reforms, they take some time. This is also reflects, as Mr. Mustafa said, the fact that we are a kingdom, the fact that we are a millennium, and we take some time in our reform. So all the history of the country matters when it comes to implementing something like this. So we see this kind of reform in the next decade will lead to much more flexible exchange routine, but the reform is on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdelaziz. Thank you very much, everybody, the speakers, the commentators, and those who commented on everything. Thank you very much for all the audience. Let's go to the coffee break and come quickly.
The other thing is that Morocco, the share of public employment in Morocco is something like 5%.
How are you?
Okay, hello, everybody. Just one announcement before you go to the break. Okay. Maybe you should ask. Should I come at your place?
والله يعني ما Thank you.
For somebody. لا مش and we got married as well. لا. She started well with you. Started well. So you can see women are
زمان كانت غريبة علي الشاب زي يوم كامل يعني يوم كامل يعني 10 صح؟ ها؟ شوف هذا اللي يقول تعرف على
Okay, I think we should think about starting.
Okay, everybody, let's start. We'll make a small announcement to start. People, would you be kind, folks? This announcement is for our guests coming from outside Cairo or outside Egypt, for that matter. For tonight, we arrange an outing. We will have a couple of buses where we can take you in a tour around the city of 6th of October and Sheikh Zayed. So at 8 o'clock, if you are willing or if you intend to participate, there will be 2 buses outside waiting for you. Just be kind, just to let either Shireen know, or maybe just to give a number. So just express interest in going out tonight. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I have the pleasure of chairing this session, and especially since it is the last session of the day, so we will try to make it very, very long. So let me start. We have 2 distinguished speakers, Dr. Abla Abdul Latif and Dr. Layla Baghdadi. And I think between them, I've seen their emails. Dr. Layla was going to start. So let me I will introduce them very quickly because I know you all know them. Actually, I should introduce myself. Most of you don't know me, well, Dr. Abla is the Executive Director and Director of Research of the Egyptian Center for Economic Studies, and she is also the Chair of the Presidential Advisor Council for Economic Development. And I have a very, very long list of achievements that she has achieved, which I will not read because I'm sure you all know. Dr. Layla Baghdadi is the Professor of Economics at the University of Tunis, and she also holds the World Trade Organization chair at that university. So let me now ask Dr. Layla to start right away. Please, Dr. Layla.
Thank you, Dr. Ghanem. I would like also to thank the organizers, FDL, ERF, for giving us the opportunity to work on this very timely work for our country. and for the ERF team for dealing with all the steps during the last month. This work is co-authored with Professor Labidi, and it benefited substantially from the advices and support of Professor Nebi that we thank sincerely. We titled our work Public Debt Growth and Stabilization in Tunisia, a new narrative for structural reform agenda. And you know why we did that in the following. During the last decade, Tunisia witnessed a very high political instability and major macroeconomic disequilibria. And today we have the 5 drivers of public debt and sustainability in action. We have an increasing primary deficit, around 4.5% of GDP in 2022, current account deficit reaching 9.4% of GDP in 2022, decline foreign exchange reserves, anemic growth expected around 1.3% 2023, following IMF forecast, and deterioration in the interest rate and growth differential. All this, of course, ended by high public debt, and given the high pressure on the Tunisian economy, the government was looking to come up with an IMF deal during the last, during the last 3 years, but still we don't know. There is a lot of uncertainty about and doubts about if we will reach such a deal or not. Actually, there are lukewarmness from both sides, the IMF and the Tunisian government. The IMF, because Tunisia failed during the last decade to, and for 2 programs with the IMF to implement the proposed reforms because of several problems, and we'll see them later. And the Tunisian government is fearing that the reforms proposed and the austerity measures in particular will be too harmful to the population, and it fears a high political and social tensions in the country. Actually, the president of Tunisia, Kais Saied, 4 weeks ago said that the IMF agreement was too difficult, and we will do it without it. Then just to say that we don't know. Anyhow, this question of with or without an IMF is not only political debate, it's not only public debate, it's something present daily on the Tunisian lives. Every day we are talking about this, and we are asking ourselves what will happen to us. And this is exactly the objective of this work. We want to write down black on white on a paper, visualizing what will happen if we have an IMF deal, without an IMF deal, but we are actually going further while identifying 2 paths, a business as usual path and a new narrative, something else. Let's imagine another path that gets us out of this trap. Let me first give you some elements about the rising of the public debt. Then, as I said, the main outcome of what we lived during the last decade is a rising of public debt, that it's almost doubled during the last decade, and it's driven mostly by external debt, which is also doubled, and less by the domestic debt, but the trend changed a bit after 2019 because we break it with the agreement with the IMF broke up actually by the Tunisian government, and since 2019 we had less external funding and the government recourse to domestic funding. Then we can see from 2019 there is an increase in the domestic public debt. For the external debt, we need to look at this in order also to construct our scenario. Then for the external financing, the external debt, the main sources are first the multilateral financing, up to 54% in 2021. Then international financial market, but declined lately because we can't access to this market anymore, then up to 21%, and then bilateral financing up to 18% in 2022. Then here what we can conclude for our scenario is that the budget financing is more or less in 2022 up to 1.8 billion without the IMF agreement in the last year. Then we can see that still we access a little bit to some outside money. And second, we have this kind of constant external funding for targeting project financing around 400 million per year. For the domestic debt, it is funded mainly by the medium and long-term treasury bills, around 46% 2021. Then by treasury operation, which is between 29% to 40% during the period. But lately, the government recourse to another type of debt, which is short-term debt and currency, foreign debt, actually, domestic debt in foreign currency. Here again, we can do three conclusions. Well, there is some room, small, but room to domestic debt. The main instrument available is treasury bills and bonds. And there is a huge constraint on the use of treasury to mobilize domestic resources. With all this, we have several risks on the Tunisian economy, very low growth potential because of low level of savings and investment, a decline in population growth rate, weak institutional governance. But one major risk is the blockage, the status quo of the political system. And we witnessed various external shocks. And we have seen that actually the Tunisian economy is not resilient enough. And also the population is very vulnerable to these external shocks. Now, using this characteristics of public debt in Tunisia, we are trying to figure out scenarios. Then we envision two tracks. First track, business as usual approach. In this first track, we envision two paths, two scenarios. First one, the government will say, we don't need, as the president said, we don't need the IMF. Well, we have done well during the last 3 years. We were able to survive with the IMF. Why not continue like this? Okay, then let's see this possibility. If you are doing that and continuing on the trend of the last 3 years, it means, of course, we are extremely constrained on the external financing. Then we will have access to some money for project and targeted finance, no access to international financial market. We have a limited budget finance, around $1 billion per year. On the domestic finance, very constrained by the treasury, 0.2% of GDP. However, limited access to bonds, etc., domestic bonds. While in this situation, the problem lay on the balance of payments for one reason. We have to pay, the Tunisian government need to pay an estimated debt in foreign currency around 30,000 million dinars, Tunisian dinars, from May to December 2023. However, in terms of net assets in foreign currency, we have only 22,000 million dinars. Then unless external inflows of foreign currency, there is a gap here. And given this, we are saying most likely we'll have a balance of payment crisis starting 2024, end of 2023. With this, we are using, of course, the debt sustainability analysis framework, and we are trying to have some, to think about some assumption, real economy assumption, fiscal sector. Here, just to quickly describe this, we are envisioning a very sluggish growth, high inflation rate at the end of 2027, around 18%, and the depreciation of the exchange rate around 29%. And in terms of primary fiscal deficit, the government will try to reduce it, but not that much, will end up by minus 2% of GDP. With this, what is the results of such scenario is it's a unsustainable public debt. And here we are not taking in consideration the debt of public enterprises. It will be a lot higher. Here we'll end up in 2027 with a ratio public debt over GDP by 111.5% 2027. But again, we will not reach that side. In the meantime, already in 2024, we'll have what we are experiencing now, but more acute difficulties in shortage and difficulties in supplying the market, destructive of productive capacities, social instabilities, because we'll have higher employment and poverty. The informal sector will expand. We have also a huge problem on the financial sector and the higher exposure of banks to sovereign risk and acute cash flow difficulties. This is scenario A, unsustainable, and we cannot do it unless there is another source of external funding. Now, scenario B, with an IMF agreement, but actually what I would call it is je t'aime moi non plus. I don't know if I love you, IMF, or not at all. In this scenario, it is also business as usual. Then we come up with some agreement, with some reforms, and we say we'll do these reforms, but actually at the same time we think that there is a lot of austerity, or we don't have enough adherence from a wide-based support from the society, then we are not able to do it, and we'll break up again with IMF end of 2024, and we'll come back to scenario A. In this scenario again, we'll have we will have the IMF funding. What is now in the pipeline? I mean, $1.9 billion, and then per year 500 million per year. And we have some support more than scenario A, at least for the first year, 2.5 billion per year, and some project finance. However, beginning from 2025, we'll come back to scenario A. However, this scenario could be even more dangerous than scenario A, because we'll see the results. But here again, we'll have sluggish growth, but eventually we can go up to 1.8% 2027 inflation rate, because we are not using that much the domestic funding. We can eventually come up at the end of 2027 with 8%, and the depreciation will not be too high. However, in terms of primary fiscal balance, because we are not doing the reforms, we're not really improving it. Then with this scenario at the end, we'll have again an unsustainable public debt. A ratio of public debt over GDP is 94.4%, unsustainable. But we think that this scenario is even more dangerous, because we'll lose all credibility to do anything. The position of the donors will be even more taut and difficult, will be more hardened. And there is a revision of budget support funding in the medium and long run. Here, at the domestic level, people will not will not trust the government anymore, and there will be even more resistance to reforms. And the recourse to domestic finance, it will be like scenario A. However, we think that it will create even more difficulty for the country. Now, we are trying to, in the second path, we try to imagine another path. What will be the path or the track to get back the debt to a sustainable path? And we do think that actually we need to imagine a novel approach, a new narrative, something that will force people or attract people to adhere to reforms. For this, we need to acknowledge why the Tunisian government and all the governments that hold power were not able to do reforms. We don't think they are stupid. We think that there are serious problems in Tunisia to implement reforms, but there are also other problems that other countries at the global level encounter. For Tunisia, we need to acknowledge that there is a strong social and political resistance to reform. This is something true, and we need to look at, to face it. On the political level, on the global level, we know that there is a complex relationship between growth and austerity. And we also need to acknowledge that, and we need to keep it in our focus while we are trying to think about reform. First, for the Tunisian economy, while we had democratic transition with a high cost and a cycle of political and social instability. With that, we have strong resistance to reforms with several groups, and no group would like to bear the cost of reforms. Actually, they don't want to have reforms. They would like to even, secure their position. Also, we need to acknowledge that there is a lack of resilience to non-economic shock, and we are facing population highly fragile, vulnerable. And without acknowledging that, and without having a system of support to this population, we cannot go forward. Now, on the growth austerity nexus, there is a problem also of, dosing things. Then there is first a sequencing issue. We know that you need to prioritize things, because if we succeed to do the biggest reform or good reforms the first year with some tangible outcomes, maybe you can do other reforms. Then there is a problem of sequencing. Then there is problem also of approach. We need to break down with this accounting approach and identify expenditure from revenues. Then there is also this cost sharing issue. Who will bear the burden of the reforms? And we need to have something equitable between the different groups. And then there is this problem also of adherence to reforms. Without wide-based support, well, it's difficult to have your package of reform going forward. With that, we tried also to imagine what we need, what are the building blocks to have and the prerequisites to have a successful fiscal consolidation. For us, we can see three building blocks. We need first to have the return of the rule of law. With that, we need to have the political stability. And then this is a condition for the government to implement the reforms. But first, this government needs to have a strategic vision and to kind of share it effectively with the wide-based actors. What is really important is to, again, get the interest of citizens, of civil society, and will trust you and think that you are actually able to do such a reform, which is not the case today. Once we envision that, we think that the reform should, in order to attract this confidence, it should turn around four things. First, again, restore confidence, which is the first thing to do. And the reform, the most important reform should fall under this restore confidence. These are the prior reforms to do in the first, second year. And then improve the quality of public services to have greater adherence from citizens and civil society. And then because we acknowledge that there is a problem of resilience and vulnerability from the population, it's really important to focus on energy and environmental security and food security. With that, for every pillar of reform, the government do have several instruments: fiscal policy, monetary policy, innovation, and of course, rules and regulation. And for each reform, the government can use each of this. In this study, we acknowledge also there is a problem of social contracts, and there is a need to change the social contract. However, and this is a limit, we are unable today to imagine what is the new social contract. However, we know that we are in process of transition toward a new social contract, and we are trying to put it here on the paper. The old social contract, just to do it briefly, during the last decade, it's basically political level. We have only one leg, political level consolidation of the democratic transition, but marginalizing the economic issue. And here we have three main actors: the government, political parties, and civil society. Each one actually don't want to go a step further and preferring to stay on the comfort zone and securing its interests. To break it down, it's not possible anymore. We are forced now to think about a new social contract, but here today we are in transition period. And we have now two legs: political level, economic level. And the political level, what is absolutely important is to avoid the populism, basically on both levels, and trying to restore the democratic transition. We have doubted if we can do it during the medium term, but still we are putting there. Second, set the country on the path of economic reform, and here we think that this is really a priority. We don't have today the space, actually. We don't have anymore the space to doing the democratic thing without thinking about the economy. For this, today it's blocked, and we need maybe something, an intermediate economic and social dialogue or council that kind of frame this reform that we need to implement. Now, I'm talking about the reforms under the three pillars: restoring confidence, improving the quality of public service, energy, environmental security, and food security. For each pillar of reforms, we thought about who are the winners, who are the losers, then the impact on growth, immediate in the first 2 years, or delayed in the 5th, 6th year, because we are looking to a period between 2023 to 2027, and then the impact on the budget. Will this reform impact the revenue or the expenditure? Just here, I'm not going through all the pillars, but just to give an example for restoring confidence, we are putting fair and equitable tax system in order to have also the informal sector, in national administration, fair competition, then democratizing the private sector, and renewing the Exchange Control Regulation Act. We are also putting a focus, but maybe later during the period, on the energy and environmental security, where we're looking to greening fiscal policy, and many projects actually, they are on the pipeline of the government about good governance in the hydrocarbon sector and accelerating renewable projects through public-private projects. Then here we have the instrument. I will go quickly. Then the fiscal policy, monetary policy, innovation, regulation, and we try for every reform to think what are the policies we can use. Okay. Then for this scenario, with this reform, we think that there is an improvement of growth, but the end of the period, not at the beginning, not in 2023, maybe beginning from 2024, maybe later, but here we are just hypothetical. And we also have some external financing hypothesis, then still the same IMF financing. What is different from the other scenarios that we can access eventually to the international financial markets in 2026. But here in this scenario, there is limitation in terms of domestic financing, then limiting banking exposure to sovereign risk. In this scenario, and I'm here, maybe it's Dr. Alia, you were speaking about the scenario with a higher growth. Here in this scenario, we're thinking about something with higher growth. At the end of the period, once we are doing the project, we did the simulation exercise actually to see what are the outcomes in terms of growth. And here we can go to up to 7.9% 2027, lower inflation rate, and primary fiscal balance that can be positive only at the end of the period. Here we're putting together scenario A, B, and C, and you can see that only with scenario C, with this higher level of growth, we can get back to a sustainable path in terms of debt over GDP. Doing the business as usual will only end with high risks to the economy and this tensions, and we saw the different risks that are holding. To conclude, here, what we are trying to share with you, that we need to break up with an accounting approach of fiscal consolidation, that we need a new reform approach, new lenses that place greater importance to improve citizen support for fiscal consolidation, to break up with the resilience to programs that will only increase the resilience for economic shock, and to acknowledge that resilience for non-economic shock also matter, to have the adherence of the society and the citizens, and to break up also with an austerity that associate investment spending with as an adjustment variable, and look at more as a lever for potential growth. Here, scenario A and B, or the business as usual scenario, what Tunisia is doing during the last decades is limited. And more than that, we are going to a wrong path, to a highly unsustainable path with many risks on the economy and society. And we wanted to put it on paper.
Thank you.
We
Thank you very
also
much.
want to think that scenario C, if you want
I thought
to
you were
go-
concluding, Dr. Laila.
Yes, I'm done. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you very, very much for this very useful presentation. And let me go right away to Dr. Abel.
Yes. Hello, everyone. This is the very last presentation. Standing between you and the end of the day is worse than standing between you and lunch. So this is really as hard as it gets. Okay.
Lunch is very important.
Lunch is very important. All right. Well, I hope that my presentation is not going to be boring and you're not going to fall asleep. Hopefully. Okay. Let me start, but first of all, by mentioning the research team that's working. I'm the team leader, and I have members from my research center, the Egyptian Center for Economic Studies, that we have worked together for this study. I'm going to talk about all of these things, but I'm really going to go through them very quickly. Okay, I'm going to mention, first of all, the objective of the study. I'm going to go a quick surf through Egypt's macroeconomic dashboard from 2011 to date, and really quick surf, so you can see yourself surfing in the sea. The vicious circle of poor economic performance. What do we mean by that? What does it imply? The present crisis situation, what it means, the dangers, the repercussions, what is the expected near future best and worst scenario, and the conclusions of that, and moving on to evidence-based analysis for institutional reform as being the correct and only way out of the mess that we are in right now, and the suggested approach to this reform and the immediate emergency plan needed as being suggested. So I'm going to go through all this in 15 minutes, leading to the optimistic if scenario. The context, of course, you already know. This is country number 6 in the study. What is meant, or what the objective of the Egyptian case, okay, is twofold: to analyze the real state of affairs, what's happening, and suggest the way out of the crisis. Very important. The starting premise of the study is actually the point that Dr. Alia mentioned before, right? That yes, what is happening in Ukraine, yes, COVID-19 has a lot to do, has some to do with what we're facing, but the reality is we've had these problems way long before, okay? And they've been repeated, and we're always coming back to them. And this means that the roots of it, okay, are still not reached, okay? So we've been featuring the very same problems of persistent debt burden, large budget deficit, limited export, among others, repeatedly, way before all those recent shocks. And this means, by the way, that right away that the search needs to go deeper, and there is a lot more to it than meets the eye. The quick surf, okay? Yeah, Dr. Ibrahim, النبي خليك. Doctor. ما بعرفش اتكلم والباك جراوند. Sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. First of all, there's a very weak economic growth with clear fluctuations, okay, through this period. Our GDP is mainly driven by low productivity sectors from the supply side, and consumption from the demand side. Investment is dominated by public investment. There is a decreasing trend for the private investment. You can see the curve over there. And the public investment is going for oil, energy, construction, real estate, and transportation. These are the things that are actually taking it all. The debt interest payments alone, they account for over 30% of the government expenditure, followed by the public investment, which is increasing from one year to the other. So these are a bunch of pieces forming a puzzle that show you the picture. The expenditure on education and health as a percentage of GDP is lagging behind the constitutional requirements, and it's a lot lower than previously. And there is an increased percentage of people below the poverty line, and even the ones that are higher than the poverty line are not exactly in a good condition. Budget deficit is decreasing as a percentage of GDP, but with indications of shrinkage of economic activities and decrease in necessary expenditure. And really here we have to stop. The expenditure is going down. It's the red curve, but the revenues are really not increasing. So we do have a decrease in the budget deficit, but it's nothing to be happy about, because it's not happening with an increasing economy, with an active economy. The economy is shrinking, and the expenditure on basic things like education, health, and so on are actually going down. The primary deficit, which is actually, I know that IMF loves it, but I hate it, okay, because I think it's an accounting myth, is increasing, but it is useless if it's increasing while the cost is actually a shrinking economy. And but what is more dangerous, that the increase in the primary surplus is actually making the government look at it as an end in itself and not look at the rest of the story, which this is really the bigger problem. The debt situation is not good. The debt has been increasing significantly. All our three indicators, all IMF three indicators are outside the safe zone. Whether we're talking about the percentage of GDP, which is now around even 40%, or whether we're talking about external debt as a percentage of exports, or the debt services as percentage of the export revenues. The two other indicators have always been ignored on the side, looking at the percentage of GDP, that as a percentage of GDP being within the safe zone, and saying, but we're okay. We were not okay, and we still aren't. And the reliance on short-term debt is actually increasing. We've been managing the exchange rate, mainly using the reserves. Okay, we've been fixing it very nicely. Okay. And using up the reserves in order to protect the pound and make sure that the price of the dollar does not increase. There is an increasing gap between the formal market and the black market exchange rate since June 2022. That is actually very, very visible. They were close a little bit after signing the IMF program. Then after that, the gap started to increase again. We're having our worst inflationary periods ever, our inflation reaching 40% monthly. Our projected debt obligations in the next few years are 20 billion yearly for the next 3 years. So we owe 60 billion in the next 3 years alone. Okay. And then after that, the pressure is going to become a bit less. The net portfolio outflows has been going on and is continuing, and it's a problem because we've been relying on hot money a lot more than we should. The net international reserves are decreasing, and with a high percentage actually accounted for by deposits. The credit rating has been going down, okay, by Fitch, by Moody's, and more recently by Standard & Poor's. Our future outlook was stable. It also became negative. Okay, what is happening? There is a vicious circle of poor economic performance that has been going on even before 2011. Okay, what is this vicious circle? We have been relying very heavily in the way we deal with our economy on fiscal and monetary policies. Solutions to all problems come from those two toolboxes, specifically the exchange rate and the interest rate. Okay, typically there is pressure. We stay until this pressure takes an extreme, and then we make a sudden devaluation. Okay. Which becomes unavoidable because the economy becomes almost paralyzed, okay? And then after a while, we keep managing the economy in exactly the same way, so the problem gets repeated again. So the repeated scenario proceeds as follows: temporary relief of the problem, then shortly after, in the span of approximately 10 years or less, and less is what we're observing now, the unavoidable downturn of the economy takes place again, and the old symptoms re-emerge, okay? The overpriced currency, the accumulated debt, okay, and along with that come the persistent chronic problems in Egypt, the high unemployment, the limited investment, the over-reliance on imports, the high trade deficits, the human investment levels, the spending is very low, etc., etc. And being a rentier economy does not help, okay? It makes this vicious circle even more vicious, and our over-reliance on hot money and our focus on big projects, okay, made it vicious. Okay. So, and this is showing actually the vicious circle, you know, the shock, the shortage, the overvalued exchange rate, okay, the quick solution, and then we go back to it again. All right. What is the present situation? Okay. What is happening? We have alarming economic indicators. We have a foreign exchange gap of about $23 billion. We have an increasing gap between the official and the black market exchange rate price. We have reserves reaching $34 billion, 28 billion of which are Gulf deposits. We have high inflation, as I said. We have serious shrinkage in private sector activities and in foreign direct investment, which is actually observed. And we have a decrease in what we get from labor remittances, which is actually our biggest source of foreign exchange. We have an increase in tourism revenues, but it's far from being able to compensate what is happening. This is showing the increasing gap which I mentioned before. We also see that on top of that, we also have the huge debt obligations. Okay, we have for the next 3 years, $63.8 billion. and the debt situation is very tough. We observe alarming policy direction, and this is important. Okay, we already, unlike Tunisia, we already signed an agreement with the IMF, but we are not really complying with the agreement yet. We are going very, very, very slowly. Okay, and this is a problem, and this is resulting in delayed review. We are continuing with our mega projects as planned. Okay, in spite of the situation. We have abrupt increases in taxes, in fees, in gas, in electricity prices, okay, that are happening, even though the economy is actually having serious problems and is very slow. The new announced government budget for the fiscal year 23-24 is put and set in the same traditional way, okay, with the targets, with the targeted primary surplus of 2.5%, with growth of 4%. Is prepared in the exactly same traditional way, nothing different in coping with the present situation, and without explaining its philosophy or sources of revenue or the logic of the expenditure. And the public media is always trying to make the picture look better than its reality. And we still have heavy involvement of the army and other security authorities in the economy, in the activities. The dangers of that, of course, there is the loss of trust in the Egyptian economy, the paralysis of the productive sectors because of delayed clearance of components, imports. We've been having this problem for the last few months because of the foreign exchange problem. Serious discouragement of investment due to higher interest rates and new certificates with returns exceeding 20%. It's very difficult for a project to earn revenue or profit of 20%. So if there is 20% that's being offered on the deposits in the banks, then who's going to start a project? If you already have financial issues, you might close down and get out of it. Drop in the ranking, as I mentioned, and according to the IMF reports, the sovereign risk assessment, I mean, we do have a risk situation. The monitoring by the IMF for the agreement with the IMF, the amount itself is trivial. It's only $3 billion, but it's what's around it that is important, and they're being very aggressive in monitoring the compliance and in watching what is going to happen. And we have the high inflation. So that these are dangers and repercussions. Now, what is the best scenario and what is the worst scenario and what is the way out? Okay, worst scenario is simply if we continue to do that. Okay, and I think the rest does not need any description. The best scenario would be if we actually regain the foreign exchange market stability and end the black market through full compliance with the IMF, okay, and full flexibility of the exchange rate. If we succeed in our asset sale program, okay, we offered 32 public companies for sale. This has not happened yet. Okay, it's happening again very slowly. If it succeeds, this would be our better scenario, and the positive results of the regaining of the trust, let's put it this way, is going to bring a lot of things to follow: the increase in labor remittances, exports, a bit of control over inflation, and so on. But there is a downside even to the better scenario, and that's important, because as you start to adjust the foreign exchange market, the exchange rate might and is going to actually overshoot, and this is going to put a lot of pressure on the people, and is going to lead to huge inflation and a very high social cost. So there is a downside to it, and this would require large compensating by the government for the poor. But the biggest downside is what I like to call here the aspirin approach, okay, which is treating the problem in exactly the same way. So we're back to the same vicious circle. We would be out, but we are still in the same vicious circle. We are not solving the roots of the problem, okay? And there is also, of course, the issue of the army stepping out of the economy, stepping back, whether they will actually do that fully or not to the extent that would make a difference. Between the worst scenario and the best scenario, there is a whole range of scenarios with different levels. But what does this all tell us? This is telling us a lot of things. It's telling us that the gradual approach, the way that we are handling the problem is not working. Okay, this over focus on the exchange rate and on the interest rate is not going to do the job. It's like a table that has 4 legs, and you are insisting on using one leg, and then you're surprised that the table is falling. Okay, All the time, the government is addressing the symptoms of the problems and not the core. These are all the symptoms of the problem, okay? Following the aspirin approach for a quick relief of the problem. The present crisis situation and everything that happened before are all pointing to clear wrong decision-making by the government at all levels, okay? And this needs correction. And what this study is arguing is that the way we are managing the economy is what needs to change. Okay? We need serious institutional reform. This is what's behind the bad decision-making. Okay, so the symptoms that we're seeing are just the tip of the iceberg. What's down there is the iceberg itself, and it's all institutional. Okay, and what I'm going to show in the rest of the presentation is the evidence-based analysis for how the nature of this institutional reform as being the only way out, and a specific proposal on how to go about it. Okay. The institutional reform is being addressed here, the definition in its broad sense, in the sense that it includes administrative, regulatory framework, administrative reforms, legal reforms, the whole thing. Any part of it alone does not do the job. Institutional reform requires looking at the structure of the state and the governance system and how decision-making is being made. This is looking at a bunch of questions, which I'm not going to go through, okay, but they're just telling you, okay, when you assess the institutional situation in a country, you check who sets the priorities, okay, if decisions, if the mechanisms that are available to ensure that people's views are taken into account, are the policies based on evidence, based on data, yes or no, etc., etc., etc. These are the questions that are to be addressed if we are really assessing the institutional situation. In Egypt, there are key misconceptions, okay, in dealing with the institutional situation, and they're actually very, very serious. One of them was actually mentioned by Dr. Samir Maqdisi, and I will mention it in a second. One of the misconceptions that institutional reform is a long-term thing. Okay, so we are not even looking at it. It's long-term. We are not. It's not going to bring the results now. So let's keep it on the side. And it's not true. Okay, because there's so many things that can be actually done. Second thing, and this is the point that Dr. Samir made, and it's very true. The responsibility of the implementation of any proposed improvement in the system, okay, is always done by the same people who are benefiting from the system, which doesn't make any sense. Okay, they cannot induce a change that will hurt them. It's only logical. The Egyptian pound, of course, is being treated like the virtue of the virgin girl. You cannot, well, I did accept once. Okay, you cannot reduce it. It should not go down. It's a very bad situation, and it's not. And of course, because of that, we've been treating it, we've been fixing it in a way that has been hurting the economy. Deepening of industry and import substitution means that we produce everything that we import. Again, wrong. Okay, because there are things that are not worth producing because they can be imported at a very low price. Digitalization, okay, is not automation. It's not automation of the existing processes. You have to change the existing processes completely and then do the automation. This is the digitalization. This is not what we are doing. And by the way, this applies to many countries, not just to Egypt. Okay, KPIs are always looked at as targets, not even as things that need to be measured and corrected and so on. The infrastructure, all projects in infrastructure must be high priority. No, this is not true. Even within infrastructure, there are priorities and they need to be addressed, and it has to be part of the country's plan. Bureaucracy is responsible for all problems. Bureaucracy is part of it. It's affected actually by the problem. When there is no system, this worker at the very end of the chain has degrees of freedom to make his own decisions and to make his own interpretations, and the problems emerge. So it's not. It's bigger than just focusing the problem on bureaucracy. Okay, we have a program called Takaful and Karama, which is looking at the poor. Okay, and we are offering subsidies for housing and so on. And again, we are looking at these as if this is the solution for poverty. And finally, the increasing population, which we're always looking at as being the horror of all horrors. Actually, it's an asset. Europe, Asia, everybody is suffering because they don't have young people. We have young people. The question is how to use them, and it's also the increasing population is an outcome of poverty. Institutional obstacle, just to give glimpses. Okay, we have the Minister of Communication. He's also the head of what's called the NTRA, which is the regulatory body. You cannot put the rules and play the game. It's very simple. Okay, we have companies, public companies that are playing the role of regulatory, and at the same time they are exporters, and they are they are offered all the information by all private companies. So they are competing with them, knowing all their information, having the role as regulatory, and at the same time, it's conflicts of interest that are very clear. We have land. Egypt is living on 6% of its land. We have nothing more than land, yet we have a very big shortage in all land available for investment because there are over 20 organizations in charge of the land and making decisions. All of these issues are institutional. Mentioned in details in the paper. Okay, lots of issues here. I'm not going to address them for time consideration, but for each problem that is observed, we are looking at its negative impact, at the institutional root of the problem, what government is doing right now. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong, and what should be the solution. Just to give you a small hint, the budget, we do not have a unified budget. What is called government budget, okay, is a very small percentage. We have 59 public organizations that have their own budgets. So how can you possibly assess the debt situation correctly if each one of them is on his own? All of these are serious institutional issues. The suggested approach to reform that is being pushed by the study is to have an immediate emergency plan to regain the trust in the Egyptian economy and improve the public decision-making process significantly. This plan has 3 components. One of them is, of course, compliance with the full program of the IMF, and we don't have a choice, and it's a must that we do it, and it's useful that we do it, okay? But this has to come hand in hand with a comprehensive institutional reform and with building the preconditions for success of this whole thing. The 3 of them has to happen together. When you work on the preconditions for success along with the programs, you are capitalizing on every win that you make. Complying with the full IMF program by itself is going to take us back to the vicious circle again, including the privatization part. It's not enough to sell the companies. What is needed is to empower the private sector so that you would have growth and that you can grow out of the crisis and you can have, healthy growth. But simply being satisfied with selling of 32 companies, this is not going to do the trick. Okay. So compliance with the IMF program by itself is not enough. It has to be those 3 together. All right. And the IMF, the institutional reform program that's suggested has 4 stages. Okay, so we're talking about a 4-stage approach towards implementation of a comprehensive institutional reform program in Egypt. We're talking about full implementation of the IMF program, but that has to come with compensation by the government for the poor. Okay, which means complete revision in the expenditure of the government on a lot of things, and looking at the asset sale program, as I mentioned, in a broader framework of empowerment of the private sector. Then we have the preconditions for success of the 2 programs. As implementation begins, okay, you build these so that you can capitalize on success. What is this 4-stage approach that I'm talking about? Stage 0, okay, is to lay the foundation of the improved policy making capabilities. And this means 2 things: data, okay, and the choice of decision makers. The correct choice of decision makers as needed. Okay, these are the 2. Stage 1, facilitation of all procedures associated with ease of doing business, the ones related to investments and the one related to trade, and the improvements are easy to do. Okay, and actually we've been doing in the last several months, we've been doing a detailed study about trade, import and export procedures, analyzing each and every step, and we found that you can cut the number of days of the process from 200 days to something like 13 days with easy measures. This is when I'm saying that institutional reform can be done. Stage 2, restructuring of a number of key entities regulating activities at the sectoral level, okay, like the Industrial Development Agency. All the Egyptians know the ones here, but all of them need work so that we can push manufactured exports, which is something that we need very badly in order to help us earn a foreign exchange, and correct the misconception that in order to get out of our problem and solve the debt problem, we have to reduce our imports, okay? That we should target increasing our exports. And we found that to increase our exports, you have to allow imports of components that are needed. So looking at only one side and not looking at the other side is actually causing a lot problems, including also the fact that we seem to manage the debt as if it's a separate file. Let's manage the debt. You cannot manage the debt in its own right. It's part of the system. You cannot work on it alone. Stage number 3, and it's the hardest, yet it's the core of the problem. We need to restructure the cabinet, okay? And we need to have involvement of all stakeholders in the decision-making process, achieving checks and balances, and separating the planning from the execution, from the assessment. And what this figure is doing is trying to show the separation, okay? At this point, we have a minister that comes with a plan for changing the education system, for instance, okay? He leaves, the next minister comes with a new plan for the education system. You cannot run a country like that, okay? You need to have an actual strategic plan at the level of the country by those specialized councils under the cabinet, okay? And the implementation is done by the different ministries, by the private sector, and by the civil society. The ministers who come are actually implementing an existing strategy, not creating something of their own, okay? It doesn't fly. Now, this plan would have indicators. The indicators of performance need to be measured by something else. I'm putting here CAPMAS. It needs to be measured by institution outside them. Right now, the ministry is the one that plans, executes, and assesses itself and claps for itself as well. Okay, so we need the CAPMAS to do that, and then the reporting would go to the parliament and go to the president and go back for corrections. This is a system that should exist in order to correct things. A small example here, when we talk about the population problem, we have a population council. Our population council is under the Ministry of Health. This means right away that you are dealing with the population problem as a problem of having children, when actually it's a lot more than that. If you deal with it this way, then you would bring it up, you would take it out of the Ministry of Health, and then Ministry of Health, Education, everybody, okay, is working on the target. So this separation between of planning, execution, and assessment would take care of things. The preconditions for success, they are very important and they are not easy. This is why they have to be built on as we go on. First one, creating grounds for political desirability of state stepping back and private sector stepping forward to the benefit of all, okay? And we actually have grounds for this because the performance of the army companies that were operating is not that well, okay? And it is being seen, okay, by the system, all right?
15 minutes.
Yes, خلاص, I'm finishing.
45 minutes.
45?
Yeah.
I'm going to finish. No, it's not 45. Yeah. Okay. All right. If you don't notice that it's long, then I'm okay. All right. Push for the implementation steps of what's the state ownership doctrine. This is a very big step for Egypt. The elephant in the room is actually put in a doctrine. We have a doctrine that came out in December 2022 to talk about stepping out of the state from the investments. But it's not, this is a step, but it's not enough that you stay there. There has to be a committee that's responsible for the implementation, and it cannot be from the same people for the argument that I mentioned. We need to enforce decentralization, capitalize on the silver lining of the crisis that we have to comply with the IMF program. So let's benefit from it fully and not treat it as the aspirin, and empower the authorities that are in charge of championing the change and not ask the existing beneficiaries to implement the program. If we do that, okay, and this is why this is the optimistic scenario is an if scenario. If we actually do that, we are going to get out of the crisis, regain the trust, and increase the chances for investment. We would be really correctly, okay, using a point, growing out of the crisis. This is what we need. We would be able to attract. There are lots of opportunities of investment that Egypt can benefit from, and by so doing, we can get on what is called the high road for development and not the low road for development, which means using our full potential without growing, you know, in a very, very modest way, relying on subsidies and on resource-based exports, etc., etc. We can do all that if we actually make those corrections. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Layla also. And we have two distinguished commentators, but who already had talked a lot this morning and gave us all of their wisdom. So I hope that the remaining wisdom that they will give us will be concentrated. So let's start with Reza. Floor is yours.
So I was told 10 minutes and I was told to comment just on Egypt. So I'm going to be very quick and I'm going to try to make 3 points. The first point I want to talk about is the institutional and governance reforms that Abla spoke about. And I'm going to try to add to it. I'm not going to try to claim to improve upon what is the right recommendation for Egypt. My second 2 points are going to be more in the context of when I saw Abla's paper and then I got to read about Egypt recently, I've been thinking about the market sentiment right now and why the market sentiment in Egypt, despite having an IMF program, has not improved. It improved, but then it fell. And what does it say about perceived debt sustainability? So let me just begin with the first point, and that is about what are the reform actions that are needed in Egypt. I defer to Abla. There are many other people here who know a lot more about Egypt than I do. I want to emphasize that the recommendations that were in the paper, like on slide 47 that you were showing, which is how the cabinet's rules may need to change, I think effort in that spirit is very welcome. I do not know if that is the right model for Egypt. You would know more, but I think reforms in this direction, I think, go a long way. And I say this from my own experience of having served. I never knew these things when I was at the IMF. It seemed that you just make a recommendation and things would happen. Once I left and I was doing public office myself, I realized that you need to think as much about how decisions are being made and how you want that process to be institutionalized. In that vein, I wanted to offer a suggestion, which is that in many countries, the fiscal deficit often drives the current account deficit. And in fact, we saw a chart here earlier in either the Tunisia case study or the Morocco case study, which showed a very tight correlation between fiscal and balance of payment deficits. It's the same relationship in Pakistan as well, that the fiscal drives the current account. And my one suggestion was to also think about such as the rules, such as in Chile. Now, Chile has a very advanced structural fiscal balance rule, which has been credited for having them achieved sustainability over a long period of time. But there are perhaps simpler things where the size of the budget deficit is a decision that can perhaps be delegated to a council, almost an independent council, just like we talk of the concept of central bank independence. And that is a decision that is done based by technocrats, but then reported to a higher body. The reason I mention this is from the case of Pakistan, from many other countries that I know, the size of the fiscal deficit often depends a lot on just the identity of who the finance minister is. And we want to insulate the long-term trend of the fiscal deficit from just the pure political developments. So my point is that there can be consideration of systems where the level of the deficit is insulated from the political situation, but the allocation of the deficit follows very much the typical budget process where the elected government decides where the priorities should be within the overall envelope. And perhaps that's a way to strike a balance between preserving fiscal sustainability, having a clear path on the size of the deficit, but also having that representative democracy shows in terms of what the allocations are. Now, this is what I wanted to just comment on the first part, which is about different institutional and governance mechanisms to achieve sustainability. I now want to transition to the other 2 points that I want to make, which is now speaking a bit more about Egypt and talking about market sentiment. And my point of departure is the following. So as I mentioned this morning, I was here in Cairo during 2017 to 2019 in the then IMF-supported program. Now, when I look at this current program and it started in 27th of October, and the CDS spreads were then around 1,300 when it started. They subsequently fell, and they fell to as much as 750 by January. However, since January, they've been rising, and they're right now 1750, which is higher than what the level was when the IMF program was announced. And if I compare that to the previous big program, the one in November 2016, when that program was announced, just before that, the CDS spreads were around 500. And then they fell more or less steadily, reaching about 250 basis points, so nearly halved in about 2 years. So I have been wondering and thinking about why is it that despite the announcement of an IMF program, and as Abla was saying, that an IMF program sends the right signal, and the IMF's role is to try to catalyze investment from other sources and to give this signal of good housekeeping. So why is it that despite that? Now, some of it could just be, as Abla was saying, that it's because some of the actions that had to be done have not been done. I don't know, because I don't have any inside information. But I want to actually talk about two aspects of the program itself that have struck me that I think may be contributing, aside from whatever prior actions or conditions that the authorities have to do. One has to do with the size of the program, and the other, which is closely related, has to do with how the financing gap is being filled. And now let me talk about both very, very quickly. The first is the size of the program. How much is the IMF lending to Egypt right now? Now, in most programs, that is a very important number, because just by deciding how much resources the IMF is committing, the IMF is putting credibility behind its own signal that we have confidence in the reform program of the country, that we can put a lot of money behind this. So this program right now, as you may know, is $3 billion. Now, for IMF, the way it thinks of the right amount of lending is in percent of quota. And quota is roughly each country's economic standing in the IMF. So the right way to think about it is in percent of quota. In percent of quota, this program comes to 115% of quota. Just the last IMF program was about 4 times the size of this. It was 400% of quota. So my first question is it that the IMF has in fact underwhelmed the market by not having gone with a strong enough signal? And when I compare this program to some other cases, the size of the program is much less. So for instance, if you look at the IMF's support programs in the European cases, in Portugal, Greece, and Ireland, does anybody want to guess how much was the size of the program there? If Egypt was 100 or 400% of access. Isaac says 500. So it was between 2,000 and 3,000% of quota. Okay, so it's a huge difference that you have a program which is 100 or 400% of quota. You have Greece, which was 3,200% of quota. You have Ireland, which was 2,300% of quota. And you have Portugal, which was also 2,300% of quota. So the one message I just want to leave for everybody is how much of this might be a question also to the IMF. Have they gotten it right in terms of the strength of the signal that they are sending to the market? And the way I think about it is that it is most helpful for the market to know that if the country authorities are doing everything that the IMF is saying, then actually one should be very clear and put more money on the table as a credible signal. So that was my first point about the size of the program. The second closely related point is about how the financing gap is being filled, how much money is being provided by the IMF, and how much by other sources. In the European programs, there was a very conscious decision to take the issuer out of the markets for 3 years. If the country was doing everything, and there were also tough conditions over there, if the country was doing all these tough conditions, which included lowering the popularity of the government, then the country would be protected. It didn't really need to go to the markets at all for 3 years. So it had a buffer period. Here, in this case, that is not the case. And if you look at the most recent program, this is 3 billion. And then the IMF report says that this is supposed to generate an additional 14 billion. And a significant chunk of that is supposed to come from the privatization program. I'm going to end on that, which is that in my mind, I'm not sure if filling the financing gap with privatization proceeds maybe is necessarily such a good idea. Not because I'm opposed to privatization. I think privatization and state-owned enterprise reform is a very good idea. The question is, there are tensions when you privatize state-owned assets, and do you want to do it in a rush to fill a gap, or in a country where privatization is already not a good name, do you want to make sure you take the time to lay the foundations for building a domestic ownership of it, making sure all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted? This is dealing with public money, public assets. You don't want public officials to be questioned ex post, whether the process was correct or not. So you want to lay all the right foundations if you want to change the psyche or of the people that actually privatization is a good thing. Guess what? We did it, and we brought good value back to Egypt. So I am closing then on this point that perhaps a way to think about doing structural reforms like privatization better is to have it as part of the conditionality, but not have the money to fill the financing gap. So perhaps the IMF could lend that same amount, still have conditionality that so many SOEs have to be privatized, but then that reduces the pressure and the market signal is not confused. Markets then know that so long as structural reform is happening, conditions are being met, there is no doubt about meeting the financing gap. So really liked my 3 points, really liked the emphasis on institutional and structural reforms, encourage people to think about separating the size of the deficit from the allocation of government spending. One can be a political process, one can perhaps be shielded from politics. Second point about thinking about whether, in addition to whatever the authorities have to do, whether there is good arguments to take to the IMF to think about, number one, the size of the program, especially compared to some other cases. And number two, is this the right way to fill the financing gap, including through privatization proceeds? Thank you.
Adnan.
Reza and I kind of divided the labor, so I'm going to be speaking mostly about Tunisia. But I do subscribe to everything he said, especially about the size of the program. But I would like to stress the size of the program is also a reflection of the assessment, right or wrong, of the IMF, of the willingness of the authorities to do reforms. And as in our language, meaning, or at least I should say their language now, the IMF, the issue is, do the authorities really want to change, or is this a transactional relationship? Okay. Now, on Tunisia. I read the paper first. I enjoyed it very much. Tunisia has had some specific characteristics compared with all the other countries. It has gone through a transition to democracy. Incomplete, but it has. The result has been that it does not yet have the institutions to resolve political and economic differences. It's not a well, at least until recently, it was not a dictatorship, right? It does have it is the country with perhaps the most powerful labor union in the entire region. Okay, and they are very competent in dealing with economic issues. They come from a particular viewpoint, but they are serious and sensible people from that perspective. Because of the political situation, the state became the largest employer and a provider of subsidies. Even Joe Stiglitz started complaining about the state in Tunisia hiring so many people. Therefore, the paper is right about pointing to some of the issues that have been behind this rise. Believe it or not, there were discussions with the G7, with others, about providing Tunisia with more money. The problem was simple. Tunisia was going through a democratic transition. It needed a longer period of program with much less conditionality. Nobody was willing to do that. Especially after the events in Egypt shifted the attention of the G7 from transition to democracy to stability and security. Okay. We had very long discussions, and after which I promised myself I will never use the term Marshall Plan anymore. Okay. Next, it suffered because of the regional powers with money didn't like the transition. They did not provide sufficient support. And there were other accidents, such as terrorism, etc. Having said this, we are at a point of institutional deadlock and, frankly, transition to a dictatorship. Okay. If I were the IMF, I would consider this as a factor, whether the political system can deliver reforms or not. There was some positive news coming out of the IMF today that they are working on details. But me and my colleagues, when we say details, sometimes we mean you have to cross the Nile. Okay, so I'm not counting on money coming in soon. I'll start with your scenario C. Scenario C makes some very sensible goals it lays out. One can question, where do you think those growth rates are going to come from? What is Tunisia going to produce tomorrow that it doesn't today? How is going to, for example, benefit from the changes in geopolitics such that it could either itself directly fit itself into the new de-risking of global value chains, or maybe through other countries in the region do so. One thing that really scared me about this scenario C was this issue of accounting approach to fiscal policy, which I raised this morning. People like me, whenever they hear somebody saying accounting, we interpret it, maybe that's not what is meant, as people do not take seriously a budget constraint. As simple as that. It means that you want to go soft on public enterprises, which are a core problem in Tunisia, and the government, where it can now and has been borrowing from the central bank. In one of the discussions, there was a suggestion that there could be more borrowing from the domestic market. That is true, but the spreads are low in part because the government has been borrowing from the central bank. These are not real spreads. Frankly, the debt is unsustainable. Okay, as you recognize under scenario A, and the country is going to go to the wall very quickly. With scenario B, there is a possibility of muddling through. No more. Growth rates of 1% are muddling through. Even scenario B is very, if I understood it correctly, is quite ambitious in terms of foreign financing. Okay? If I were the Tunisian authorities, I suggest sitting down with the creditors. In the case of Tunisia, they are bilateral mostly and multilateral. And some of the reason that Tunisia was able to borrow in the past was for part of it. And I don't want to exaggerate. The United States provided a guarantee. They're not going to do so under the current political circumstances. I would immediately agree to a program with IMF, and I would sit with the official creditors and ask for a rescheduling. They very likely will not give debt relief in terms of debt forgiveness, but they could reprofile the debt. Official creditors generally do not give too much face value cuts. The multilaterals will not. Okay, but consideration could be given to a complete reprofiling of this, because even under scenario B, which is probably a more reasonable one, the chances of default are very strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adnan. So let me open it for 10 minutes of questions and answers. I already have Dr. Alia who wants to speak, but since I am chairing, I have the right to the first question. Yes, and you're second. My question actually is on public investments. Because when I looked at your presentation, well, it shows private investments coming down, public investment going up. And I looked at, I don't know the details of the public investment program in Egypt, but I've looked at many public investment programs around the world. And some of those public projects, I would call more like public consumption rather than public investment, in the sense that nobody expects much of a return on those, and that they're more prestige type projects. So how much, to what extent is this kind of thing true in the Egyptian case? I don't know. So this was my question now. Dr. Alia, please.
I'll raise the voice of the microphone. Actually, first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Abla very much. It was a very comprehensive, very realistic presentation. And I would like to comment on the comment of Dr. Reza when he said, why is it that the IMF program is not giving the right signals despite of it being an IMF program? It's not despite, because it is an IMF program. And the implementation, it's not despite, you understand the difference between them. Because it is an IMF program, the question is, who are these signals going to? If you're talking about the government or the IMF itself, this is a story. If you're talking about signals to the public, it's a totally different story. When the program in the people's perception is related to devaluation, extremely high inflation rates that were never witnessed before, how would the perceptions be? It's absolutely realistic that the people would have pessimistic perception of the program. Standards of living became, inflation rate is very high. It affected the majority of population, if not all of the population. Cost of living became much more higher. So what kind of expectations do we get out of that? I'm not talking about government, I'm talking about the population. So not despite of the program, but because of it, because of the implications of the program. If it was managed in a better way, so as not to, and I'll give an example of an IMF program that was managed in a much more better way, that of 1991-92. This program, when it was an IMF program, Stabilization and Structural Adjustment Program. When it started in 1991, the inflation rate was 20% or 21%. And with the implementation of the program that was really very carefully implemented, the inflation rate dropped down from 20 or 21% to like 2% in 1996, 97. So this made the population feel better. So once the program is associated with an improvement in the living standards, the perception will be positive, not negative. Thank you very much.
Deviated a bit from this IMF thing, because I remember our colleague Dr. Madhat Hussein, when he was this in the 90s, when he was reforming the banking sector in Egypt, the IMF, they are coming and dictating, do this and do that. He said they are taking you to the, slippery slope. Once you take one, you go. So he said, I was resisting that. I tell them, don't tell me what to do. I know what I really want to do for the country. So just, and then he said, I took the initiative and made a greater contribution. The idea that people are selling the assets, this is a very dangerous proposition, because they will pressure you to devalue and they are taking the cheaper assets. So the country like Egypt, where you have a bulk of the people are poor, and then the state will be liquidated from its assets, then they are going to rely on taxes, and the poor will be even more poor. So this is more working in the favor of the creditors to get the collaterals and etc. So I'm just thinking that Egypt is too big to fail, and I totally agree with the idea that the public projects need to stop, because I left 3 years ago. I came in, I found too many highways. So probably those are diminishing return, probably need to stop those ones. And that's the side that need to be working out. But the idea of selling the asset is very dangerous for a country like Egypt.
I have Mustafa, then Mustafa, yes.
And Tunisia is not very far behind. So my question concerning the size issue, and that question, I don't know whom, maybe our friends from Adnan to answer. It is my impression that the size is being determined by the lending into arrears. The IMF is sizing the programs depending on what the countries are expected to reimburse the IMF. So they are financing just enough to reimburse the outstanding debts to the IMF, and that's it. It's to cover their backs essentially, and it's not anything else. That is my impression, but I don't know. I have done the calculation for Tunisia, 1.9 billion. It's about the same amount of money that Tunisia is supposed to reimburse the IMF for the next 4 years. I haven't done the calculations for Egypt, but I wonder what it's not the same.
I'd like to ask Dr. Reza Bakir, because I agree with him totally, why it is then that the assets of Egypt, which we've known for years now, they've been accumulating so as to sell, were not recognized by the IMF in its decisions on how much to lend Egypt.
My only question, I guess, has to do with the vision of how to stimulate the economy from the private sector's perspective, other than selling assets. And I don't see a vision there. And my question is it solely tied to reducing debt and borrowing money just to get out of the debt trap, or I don't know. It's just a question to that effect. And then the last point has to do with we talk about the private sector, but it seems that the definition here is very narrow in how we look at it. Thank you.
Yes, clarifying question to Dr. Amla. You mentioned the mega projects, and I'm a bit confused about where the money comes from, the MENA project. Are they classified as public expenditure? Do they appear in our public? Where are they? Where is it? Do we know? Because you mentioned them, and it seems.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mustafa, for that question. Look, funds access levels are determined by the country's borrowing, balance of payment needs, their ability to repay, then how much fund resources are at risk. When we lend, they lend. I keep still saying we, when they lend, okay? So you're absolutely right. A factor that goes into these decisions is the capacity to repay the fund. The fund is a financial institution, and its risk management policies, like anyone, requires to be calculating and reporting in every staff report for a program. How much is at risk? Now, having said this, Egypt's program has been large, but compared to others, it has not been large. For those people who know who are in this business, like Reza, he could immediately tell this program, from at least the market perspective, is underfunded. Having said that, there isn't going to be much more funding unless there is some huge political pressure for shareholders. And I don't see it. The fund does do strange things sometimes, for example, lend to Ukraine right now, but those are specific circumstances, and I'm not defending them or justifying them. But the access level to Egypt was a function of the perceived, right or wrong, commitment of the authorities and their track record with those issues. There was also a comment about the 91-92 program. I was board member of the joint IMF World Bank staffs that did that. That program was successful, but it also became the benchmark for what not to do with conditionality. The reform matrix, I remember, was like 20 pages. Ms. Hebo Handusa, who may not remember me, but I met her 30 years ago, I remember making the point. And those kind of programs are not going to happen anymore either, with so much conditionality. And believe you me, you should thank God.
Thank you very much for all the questions. Let me answer the first one about the public investment. They are closer to what you describe as public consumption than actual public investment, because they do not bring a return. They are all projects related to infrastructure. They are relying a lot on loans, okay? And there will be no return coming except many, many years through private investment in neighboring areas. And the problem with those projects is the fact that many of them are not necessary, and they were not urgent to be done now. So economics is all about priorities. They are good, all those bridges, they are good, but they were not necessary. So this answers your question a little bit. On Dr. Ali's comment on the IMF program, it's important that we remember that we are the ones that go to the IMF because of our poor performance. It's not the other way around. This is important. The reason why the IMF the program in 1991 was successful, it has a lot to do with the government that was there at the time. They did not comply completely with the conditions of the IMF. And there were delays in the cancellation of the debt with the Paris Club, which was the condition for that program, because they wanted to take it slowly. So the implementation is actually the responsibility of the government. The problem that we are having right now, that on one side, we know what needs to be done by the IMF, but we are not taking measures to make sure that the impact is strong and bad for the people. For instance, you're not encouraging the exports, even though you know you need the exports. Okay, on the private sector, and there's no vision there. No, actually, the vision is actually very clear. It's not about the privatization itself. The privatization is simply selling a number of companies. It's about putting it in a broader framework where private sector is empowered. Private sector is not empowered by paying the debt. Private sector is empowered by improving the business environment, by solving their problems. Okay, and here this entire analysis about the institutional obstacles is looking at the suffering of the private sector and the unfair competition that they are facing with projects that are coming from the state. How are they financing? It shows in our budget. All of our public investment is going in that direction. There's a heavy reliance on loans. On the new cities, they're using the revenue that's coming from المجتمعات العمرانية. I'm not sure what the name in English. Okay, it used to be part of the budget. Now it's out of the budget, and its revenues are all going for the building of the new cities. So it's everywhere, but it does show. Okay.
He's not with us. He has big questions for but not to answer the Okay, so with that, one final, very quick section.
That's not the end yet.
Just 10 minutes.
Okay, actually, the last session is supposed to involve our two distinguished commentators, but I think for the interest of time, right? And since we heard a lot from them, and we were really, quite informed now about the political economy of the IMF and the debt issues and everything. So we will devote this to two speakers. I would like to invite Ramiro Alberu. Ramiro is a principal investigator in CIPIC Economic Development Program. It's an Argentine network that work in the Global South. Ramiro is a principal investigator on CIPIC Economic Development Program. He's an economist and professor at the University of Buenos Aires. He is an organizing member of the Task Force Technological Change and the Future of Work of the Group of 20 and affinity group of think tanks of the G20, coordinator of the global project, The Future of Work in the Global South. And by the way, ERF was involved on this project under the leadership of Ramiro and CIPIC. He's an associate researcher at the Center for State and Society Studies and the Commitment to Equity Institute at Tulane University in the USA. So Ramiro, if you are online, would like to invite you to give us a brief remarks between 5 to 10 minutes.
So hi everyone. Thanks for inviting me here. I think that I learned a lot from your case studies. I am coordinating or working on a project trying to understand sustainability, not only from a purely short-term fiscal perspective, but also trying to add elements of social sustainability and environmental or intertemporal sustainability. We are working with country teams in Latin America and in Africa. But of course, in Latin America, the situation is different because we are not, well, I'm from Argentina. So leaving aside Argentina, the rest of Latin America is not having problems with their balance of payments, you know. So in these countries, we are trying to find new ways of incorporating environmental and social sustainability to traditional sustainability analysis. But of course, once you start thinking about situations such as the one is Argentina is living, we need to understand the trade-offs, you know, between fiscal sustainability and, for example, again, environmental sustainability and so on. So in the project, we are trying to mix all these ideas, trying to think of a framework for, you know, having a broader perspective of sustainability. But what I want to do in my 5 minutes is just to try to reflect from Argentina on what I just heard, you know, from all your analyses from different countries. Of course, Argentina is a country that, I mean, we know a lot about crisis because, I mean, I study crisis, but also I have the crisis in my skin, you know, from very early on, you know, from the 80s. So when you talk about the 80s, I mean, Argentina now is living the 80s. I mean, we have high inflation, we have foreign exchange controls, so we have the parallel markets for the US dollar. We have quasi-fiscal deficits, we have financial repression, and we are under an IMF supported program. So in a way we are, I mean, I'm just also watching, you know, movie from the 80s just to live the full experience because Argentina is really living in the 80s. And we are failing. We are not stabilizing the balance of payments. We are not adjusting the economy. And we are not finding new sources of growth. So it's a case where we are having for the last, I must say, 10 years, we are trying to stabilize, adjust, and grow. And we are failing. So it's kind of a lab for thinking about what not to do, right? So it's really sad to say that coming from Argentina, but that's the reality. So let me just finish with 4 comments thinking about Argentina and your case studies. The first one is that, of course, we know, but we need to remember that reforms can go wrong. In a way, reforming an economy is like walking on a minefield, right? So you need political support. You need to listen to every voice in your economy. You need to have this feedback between society and the government, right? For example, in Uruguay, we have a lot of experiences of reforming with a lot of public or citizens' involvement, you know, in reforming, for example, state-owned enterprises. Well, in Argentina, we don't, so in a way, we are still struggling, not only with reforming things, but with coping with failed reforms from the past. So, you know, reform is kind of a really tricky and complex thing. The second lesson from Argentina is that details matter a lot, you know, so local conditions are critical, and once we are in an IMF supported program, we need to bring local issues into the table, because for them it's kind of, we are an upper middle income and this is it. No, we are much more complex than an upper middle income. For example, structural issues, the stock structure is totally different across countries, or the set of behaviors and incentives. For example, I'm always checking the value of the dollar in the parallel market. During our conference, I checked this like 25 times, just this morning. So we need to understand these behaviors. We need to check the existing institutions and players that are in the field, because it's totally different across countries. So local conditions are really, critical to think about engaging with the IMF and so on. Third, we cannot take institutional learning for granted. Governments, maybe they don't learn across crises. So, we researchers, maybe we learn about, now capital controls are important, in the past maybe they weren't important, but governments maybe are not learning at all. So maybe we need to get back to the basics sometimes to explain the risks of, freeing, the capital accounts and so on. And finally, I think that you have been discussing that a lot, but I think it's important to understand that IMF is not a rational creditor. It's a complex institution with its own political economy, as you have been discussing. But in Argentina, that's totally, that's really something really to take into account, because you have the bureaucracy, but then you have politics inside the IMF. And in our case, being an upper middle income country, there's no blueprint from the IMF. So it's all about negotiating with different politicians, So again, thinking about the IMF more as an institution with its own problems, with its own incentives, with its own, balance of powers inside institutions is really, I think that is critical. And just regarding that, just let me finish by saying that I think that we will see an IMF more concerned with balance of payments. And then all other issues that they will try to incorporate regarding inclusive growth and all these issues, I think that, okay, maybe they, in a way, they fail to try to have a broader view on how to help an economy. And I think that they will move more for returning to the basics of the IMF, balance on payments, some discussion on fiscal deficits and structural reform, but I think that they will not go for trying to enrich their view on sustainability by including, the environment, social issues, and so on. I think that we will see a more, we can say, IMF from the beginning, from Bretton Woods and all these discussions. That's my view on that. So thanks for this time.
Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. Much appreciated. And I hope that you also find the time to continue with us for the next 3 days. But we really appreciate your interest and participation. Argentina provides important lessons for our region. And I would assume also there are lessons to be had from this region for Argentina. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Ishaq and to thank him for actually bringing us to where we are and to listen some parting marching orders and guidance from you, perhaps.
Yeah, we need to talk a little bit about the management of the project since all the authors are here. First, I want to really thank the authors for working, very hard over a short period of time. I want to thank IDRC for financing us, but with a strict limit on time, which turned out to be useful because, these are urgent matters. And so we had to produce these papers very fast. The authors worked very fast. I think between October, November, and today, and we have pretty good drafts. Now, out of this, we're going to produce policy briefs, short policy briefs to really try to influence the situation on the ground, which in some countries is very urgent and critical. And also, I'm going to ask you to try to reduce and organize those papers more strategically as chapters of a book. And we will also ask the discussants to organize their very good discussion also into short notes, because I think it's going to be important to pull this together now to have more of a regional impact. Remember, we started with a commission on the region following those papers. So the whole body of work is important, especially that we're entering a period. We know things are not going to be resolved in a year. This is probably a lost generation in front of us in many countries and difficulties. And so this is kind of the opening salvo, and to put good ideas on the table, I think is important. Now, one more, and I'm sure, you have very long text. There is lots you can do with it nationally. I'm sure you are already in some countries, and we'll encourage you to do more in others. We will also have a session at we're calling it the Macron June Conference Summit in Paris, which we're organizing with Ramiro and other colleagues from Africa. So, all together, we would go around the debt crisis in many countries and what we can extract in terms of global lessons. So we'll talk with the authors very soon. Now, I don't want to take much time on the issues, just to remind you, we will speak about them in the plenary tomorrow as well. The commission report basically had 4 big messages. First, that the status quo in many of our countries, in most of the countries, is not sustainable. And I think all your studies show that this is the case in literally every country. The status quo is not sustainable. The second conclusion was that austerity alone is not sufficient. Austerity is going to be needed. There's no escape. There's not enough resources. But that alone, without showing the end of the tunnel, would lead to instability, social instability. I think many of you got there, but not with the kind of brutal honesty that we wanted. So I would push you to go more into the bad scenarios about, how the tension could actually play out, so that I think this is part of making an effective case. Third, that growth opportunities do exist, and that compared to the 80s, in many countries, the arithmetics, the political arithmetics of reform or no reform may have changed. And so let's bring out, strategically at least, what are those growth opportunities? It has to do with the fact that in the 80s, the private sector was barely nascent. Now it is there. So giving more space to the private sector will lead to more gains, especially that is very repressed. But other things also dealing with climate change is one of them. Digitalization is one of them. These are issues we will deal with in different sessions in the coming days, and to integrate them just at the strategic level and see to what extent that arithmetic has changed would be useful. Then there is a sort of a taboo issue that not only the discussion raised, which is to what extent is that restructuring needed? If not now, soon, is it possible to do rescheduling? To what extent can domestic debt become cheaper with capital controls? To open the range of the discussion into things we don't discuss in normal times, but to start discussing when there is financial stress. So, if I don't push you too much on this, because, I know from the Lebanese situation, before, when the financials is tense, there are things you don't like to talk about. So maybe we'll ask the discussant to speak about that, and we'll include the discussions. And the fourth message was that reform is a political job. It's not that politicians care about security and technocrats do economic reform. You need to build the coalition. And so, perhaps in your papers, identifying the gainers and the losers from reform would be useful, or at least finding the proper angle for an understanding of the political economy would be very useful, even if it's not a full treatment. So that's all that I want to say today. And just to thank you again all for the hard work and the discussants for having come from far away. Thank you.
And we look forward to continue the